right
live.
now.
You go live.
Good,
Go live.
good fucking day. Good fucking day. This is the
Good
Geeky
day.
Gamer Podcast. Good day, sir. We are live every Thursday at 7 p.m. exactly with not our guest tonight. Thanks all lowercase letters, Mr. Interrupt, for doing the music, as well as our Patreonic people.
Patriotic.
I don't know,
I like that. The patriotic people.
Without you, I think our podcast would be pretty fucking doomed. So thank you, Tim Roberts, Daniel Hulker, Nostalgic, and Natalia Cline for all the stuff you do. Couchfire Media brings us art and media production every week, except for when they're not here. And Twireblade Productions brings us all that rest of that other shit. This is the Geeky Gamer Podcast with
Geeky Gamer Podcast. Ooh.
With not the guest we were supposed to be with tonight.
Yep.
I love doing a lot of research on somebody and then like having them not show up. That's awesome. That's my favorite fucking thing.
Oh yeah. That's the best part.
That's the best part. That's why we do this, is so we can talk to each other.
We don't do that ever. We don't have anything to bitch about ever.
Bitch.
I've been wearing this shirt for 2 weeks.
Good.
It's a good band.
I don't even like
Tiger Sex is a good band. This band.
It's a great band.
I don't know if they're still touring right now, but they were for a long time. They might not be anymore. Maybe they're taking a break. Maybe they're not. Hey, Tiger Sex, if you're on, let us know.
Yeah, we definitely we're not going to talk about this podcast.
Who?
Next in time with SD Tangirala. We're definitely not going to talk about that. So what are we going to talk about this week?
I mean, we get some of these guests. The really good guests pretty much have all been from Ken and his connections of people that he knew when he was in the FBI.
Almost famous.
Yeah, and then we have some guests that are really good from podmatch.com, which honestly, Podmatch has been fine. We haven't gotten paid, but you know what?
No.
We didn't really do it to get paid. We did it to get interesting guests. And They did email me back after I was like, hey, look, we've done like a lot of interviews and we haven't paid yet. And they gave me a very good response, which was, go fuck yourself. Here are our rules. And I was like, oh, fine. There are your rules. I should have probably read those. Most of the guests have been very, very good. Lucas Zellers last week. Awesome guest. Awesome. Very informative, incredible guest. Ali, whose last name I can't... Kamesh?
Yeah, from Iran.
Kachmesh?
Yeah, Iran.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing guest. All of that was through Podmatch, so I cannot really knock them that hard. But every so often,
wonderful.
Tyler Foley, man. Tyler was awesome. I like Tyler. Yeah. He's Canadian.
We did get stood up once before, and we made a whole entire episode. We didn't mention their name at all.
We got it canceled, and we got so many views. I got like personal messages. People were like, dude, how'd you get canceled? Because people expected me to get canceled in California. They were like, oh, you finally happened? It only took you like 6 months?
Yeah.
No, that's not what it was.
If we said what we really wanted to say about people canceling on us, we probably would get canceled. But
I'm the words that fall from my mouth like are racist. Apparently they're just bigotry before they hit the ground. Like I don't even try. I'm like, oh yeah, look at that tree, and people are like, oh my god, oh my god, how dare you call that a tree?
Oh, that was me.
I know.
You're responding to something.
I'm responding to you, exactly.
I just wanted to clarify that up. Like I mean, it's not race. It just contextually.
I get it. But the thing is it's the wrong context. That's not the right slur for the person that we're talking about. My brother, so my nephews, he calls them little monkeys because they're his children, and they're little monkeys. And that's it. What is a monkey? A monkey
you can call Chinese monkeys.
In Chinese folklore, really? What if you're a white dude? Yeah, they're not white. And you're like, look at those little monkeys. Oh, is that cool, Ken? Is that cool?
I mean, if they're your
look at
children,
that little monkeys.
If it's part of you, you can call them whatever you want. You can call them little shitheads. Little.
Might be better. My point is, it's not fucking racist. Like I could see someone, and that's what I was saying. I could see how someone would say, "Oh my God, you're hitting."
It's context.
But why is that a problem?
I monkey think it's a good descriptor.
Clever and mischievous and cancels 30 minutes before the fucking podcast.
But that is not clever or mischievous.
It's mischievous as fuck.
That is just like lazy and stupid, and if you're trying to market
lazy. I didn't call him lazy. I didn't call him stupid. I said he's a silly monkey, and you were like, it's racist. It's not fucking racist because he's not a white dude. Fuck.
If you're calling a person, if you cancel 30 minutes before and say, "Oh, I decline," 30 minutes before, like 28, a live show. 28. Oh, 28. Oh, 28. Sorry, I missed that. I think it's malicious. I think it's intentional. I take it personally. It's not a monkey. Monkeys, they're joyous. They throw poop at you, maybe joyous. On purpose.
They'll eat your fucking face, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know.
Like a chimpanzee will kill you.
Yeah,
like for fun.
I mean, yeah, for fun. But
I guess there's no reason to be a chimp. But
like, they're not gonna schedule.
I didn't call him a chimp.
Podcast. It's not.
Anyway, my point is,
I
was not attempting to slander in any way. I was saying he's silly, like a silly goose. Like, that silly guy. I was giving him the fucking benefit of the doubt. Like, maybe, who knows? Maybe he had the poop really bad and didn't want to say it. I don't know.
He doesn't want to talk about cryptocurrency. He doesn't want to talk about
crypto,
something like AI or fucking.
I like to talk about AI. I work
data teams. I know.
Yeah, but they don't.
You don't want to talk about designer craft. No. Overcoming setbacks to build a fucking ideology. Bomb. Yeah. I don't understand. I hate Apple.
Apple is a terrible, terrible, terrible thing. I don't know. It was good. I'm on an Apple.
I'm on it. All apples, but like, it's just everything is infuriating.
It's infuriating. It's infuriating. Apple's great until it doesn't work, and then there's no way to fix it. You got to go to those damned boards like Stack Overflow and deal with the fucking keyboard bros. Buckmud says, actually, okay, they kind of do look like monkeys, all fuzzy and stuff. I mean, they're primates like me and everyone else. He's talking about my nephews. Your brother sounds pretty cool. Is he rich and famous too? Yeah, my brother is. He's an actor. You can check him out if you want to see his stuff on Amazon Prime. Specifically, you need to find something called The Startup. And not the one, not the one with like a bunch of like rappers and stuff. Although that would be pretty awesome. The one that's about like a remote Zoom call company. And you can see my brother. Touche, Buckmud. Anyway. I have several things to talk about today.
Oh, good.
One, speaking of the atom bomb, FallOut. FallOut the series. Have you seen? Hey, what's okay? What's up, that mirror? What's the name of that cat?
This is Juno. She does not. She's not a holy cat. I think she's in here and she's angry because she
Cats are always
wants
angry.
food.
Cats
You
are
want
always
some
angry.
food, and you haven't been fed yet.
Yeah, that's what they do.
And
know
Allie's
what's up.
working late today. I think. Let's see if she'll let me hold her up. I'll present her. Nope, she's not gonna
No,
say.
she's like, whatever, dude. It's here.
There you go.
But yeah, she's like, the world sees me now. I am the face of your destruct. Anyway, so Fallout, the series, have you seen it?
I have. It's great.
Oh,
I
you have
enjoyed
seen it. Good. So spoilers. If I could put spoilers across the spoilers when it happens, I'm gonna. Ken, are you actually doing that right now?
No.
Oh, you're not.
Do you want me to do something? I can
Well,
change the guest name tonight to spoilers.
it's just spoilers. Yeah, not ST Tangirala, but not ST Tangirala. Spoilers.
Yeah.
ST Tangirala. You have spoiled.
Yeah, I think that's probably the better thing to do. We'll call it spoilers. Spoils.
Spoils.
Spoils
The spoils
of war.
of. Don't stand up to GGP, because we will do an entire episode about how you suck. This is not the first time.
It's the first time we mentioned their name, and I think
it's fine. 28 minutes before you get your name dropped. I mean, it's good.
how long was the person who stood us up last time?
I think it was a day. It was within a day.
Yeah, so
In truth, I can't remember who it was. It's happened a couple times.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. If you show up, if you don't show up,
like one of the times we got
give us a little
canceled.
notice. Yeah.
One of the times we got canceled, we found someone. I think that's when one of my buddies jumped on, and then made fun of my backdrop. This was Daniel Huffaker, I'm pretty sure. I was like, okay, Daniel. Anyway, now I think I'm mixing it up. Regardless, Fallout, the series. Spoilers tonight. Spoilers.
I mean,
So if you have not seen Fallout,
just stop watching.
let us know in the chat, and we won't talk about it. See, I've seen the first episode of Fallout. Thought it was going to be terrible. It was very good, and I'm glad to be wrong. All right, so I won't go too far into it. Buck mud, because I don't want to. It does definitely have plot twists. Here's the thing. I didn't play the games.
I didn't either.
But several of my good friends played the games, and that's how I know everything that I know about Fallout, Warhammer 40K, all those things. And you can learn a lot from it. So I went into the series kind of having an expectation of what the vibe is supposed to be, and I knew like the major factions that you see in the pilot episode. So they show the Vaulties, or the Vault people. They show the Enclave briefly, and then they show the Brotherhood of Steel. And I kind of know bits and pieces about what they do, but I really don't know the plots, like who they really are. Like if someone's like, who's the Brotherhood of Steel? I'd be like, I mean, I think they're just like paramilitary dudes who like get old technology, right? I don't know. Apparently they're religious too. like crusaders and stuff. I asked a couple of my friends, Punksicle being the major one, who knows a ton about Fallout.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, so what do you think? And they're like, first of all, I'm watching it right now. Second, it's actually solid. Apparently they did not get Brotherhood of Steel correct. The knights, the only knight you really see is this guy named Titus. And he's just a cock. Like, he's kind of, just a dick. and
Yeah, it's not cool.
kind of cravenly and this kind of thing. And apparently that's not really how they are.
They're super cooler.
I don't know. I don't know. I got the sense from what Punksicle was saying that the Knights it reminded me of fucking Warhammer 40k. Like, just instead of 40k, like 23k, right? Or 2000. You get what I'm saying? 2.3k. Like,
it's not as advanced.
I think they're zealous about, you know, what they believe, but they actually believe it. And it's not this decadent group that's falling to pieces and like at one time was a big deal and now isn't. Now it's like it's all a name. It's all just petty and any possible, like, from what I understand, it's not like that, but I don't know. The Enclave I know nothing about. I played a game, a TTRPG. Actually, D20, a D20 Modern is the system, which I think is not a good system. But
the Enclave?
Yeah, the Enclave, they're kind of like the scientists. I don't want to spoiler it up because I actually do know who the Enclave is. Anyway, I was playing in this
role-playing game. Is it a movie? What is it?
No. So the Enclave is one of the factions in Fallout.
They're in Fallout. Oh, okay.
The doctor guy, the doctor guys with the dogs. From what I understand, that's the Enclave. Did you see the pilot?
Guys. I did.
Yeah, you remember the dog?
But honestly, I didn't think about it until you said something. But yeah, no, okay, that's the Enclave. I get it now. I clearly wasn't paying enough attention.
And honestly,
it's driving me nuts.
Oh, if you go feed the cat.
Yeah, well, she's been loving on me because she just wants to eat so much food.
Go feed the cat.
Fine, she's ready.
Yeah, go feed the cat.
Ready.
And I'll monologue. I'm good at that.
You get a monologue.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Yeah, so the Enclave.
Hang out our banners on the outward walls. The cry is still they come. Our castle's strength will laugh. Siege to score.
What?
Yeah. Okay.
I told you I could monologue. Go feed the cat.
All right.
That way she won't, be bothering you.
Bite my toes anymore.
Yeah,
oh, she's laying down. I think she's done. No, I can kind of tell. She's looking away from me.
So Buckmud says, spoil away. I've already figured out too much from the first episode. Okay. So I won't say too terribly much. He says, I figured out too much from the first episode. Before I go, now you're leaving. I was gonna ask you a question.
Ask away. You think that I'm not here? I'm here. I didn't go nowhere.
Peace out.
Later.
When you saw the first, how many episodes did you see?
I saw all of them. I finished.
Oh, you saw it all. Okay, yeah. So what is your opinion? What are your opinions about it?
My opinion is that they spent a lot of money. They put a lot of work into it. They, for the most part, the visual effects work is stunning. If you want to talk about visual effects,
sure.
And then they had an A team and a B team with visual effects. Like the A team was on the suit, and the B team did some of the monster movements, and there were some really hacky transition moves for some of the creatures. But if I was gonna do it, they did a better job than I do. I'm not a 3D modeler, so I just know what to look for. Like if it was a production, from when I was working at a professional level in the industry, say, oh, this is a problematic moment. We should probably address this. I'm guessing, probably saw that stuff, but just moved on. I mean, it's expensive to go, and it's like good enough. Like, and I think it really, the idea that stuff they let it go because people are on their phones watching the thing anyway. So it doesn't.
So
really
that
matter.
second screen thing, that is my biggest issue. It's a good show, and I'll watch the second season, assuming it's there. I'd like to be in the second season.
Trash it.
Ghoul number 3 in Trash Heap.
Yeah,
that'll be me in the dark. You don't see my face.
Yeah. You'll be into the fingers.
Yeah,
the fingers.
So I had 2 issues. 3 issues. Okay. In order. The second screen thing. That's one. Number 2 was there's an emphasis on this. Actually might be the second screen thing now that I'm thinking about it. There's an emphasis with the plot. It falls victim, I think, to why did that happen? Oh, the plot needed it to. Whatever that's called. And then the third thing is some of the direction, specifically with Maximus. There's a point that I liked Maximus, and then there's several episodes.
Can you explain?
Maximus is the dude in the suit. He takes on the moniker.
He's the
Titus.
one that replaces Titus.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's literally this. It's the plot of A Knight's Tale.
Didn't we talk about this? I think we talked about this on an After Hours.
Like literally, we didn't because we haven't talked about FallOut. It's literally the plot of A Knight's Tale.
Yeah. Oh, the show is the plot.
Well, Maximus is his story. You know, he gets in the thing and
gets in the armor,
and that's an old story too. Sure. I want to say that's like folklore type shit.
It's not
like there's a Japanese version of it. There's tons of stuff like that. And then he falls in love with the girl. Didn't really understand. I didn't think they were going to go that route. Which is fine. Whatever. Okay, I liked Maximus in the beginning. There were 2 or 3 episodes that I just started really and the guy's a good actor. I just started disliking the character because the character kept on doing things seemingly just so the plot could move forward. And that's frustrating. Because each episode's an hour. They had 8 episodes. It's 8 hours. Anyone who's like, well, there's so much in FallOut, you gotta fit it. What the fuck? Like, it's 8 hours, and you're gonna have multiple seasons. Come on. Like, you don't have to wrap things up so quick. Yeah, I didn't like that. That
again,
direction.
That is Hollywood. I mean, it just a lot of times just completing a project is difficult. And you know, FallOut's a video game, so they definitely had money to put behind it, so they could sell more video games.
Yeah,
but
it translates well to the screen. Okay, so my first issue.
But I mean, Maximus, I enjoyed the character. I felt like I was empathetic to the, you know, as a kid, you know, he had a lot of growing up to do in a tough, inhospitable way, and education wasn't at the forefront of what he got to experience.
Yeah, he's brainwashed.
I think that he is not. It's not.
He's young.
He's young.
But I don't mean in that regard. So there's an idea of he's a great combatant actually. Mm-hmm. But it's not 100%. The show is not 100% confident in what Maximus can and cannot do.
Yeah.
Like, I like that he has a character arc and I like where he goes. But there's elements that it doesn't take a genius to realize it's a bad idea. Like it's not just bad, it's stupid. Mm-hmm. And then other times he's not stupid. Like he's actually on point, understands, he's savvy. Like
So he's too naive for
no, the story won't make a decision. He's naive when the plot needs him to be naive, and he's incredibly potent when the plot needs him to be potent, and it can't decide
where he lies. Yeah, I guess
right. Like when he goes to the vault, it makes sense. When he doesn't understand certain bits and pieces about
he doesn't.
The girl character, her name is Lucy, I think.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
I really like her character. She's great. She's great. Awesome lead character. I love that character. The gunslinger guy.
Oh yeah, he's
awesome.
Great.
Like
From, the Righteous Gemstones.
he's truly an anti-hero.
Yeah, he's great. And
like,
and
bordering the actual villain.
I want to see his Anakin story, happen. Like what made him.
Well, you kind of do.
Yeah, but I mean.
You mean what takes him?
What takes him there. I mean, you get to see it a little bit, but that is the drive for like I want to
see
that guy. Because I think pretty early on it shows him like he is the first scene of the episode 1, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I mean, he is the hero or anti-hero. He's
well, the interesting thing story wise about that character, thus far he's on screen, like as in barring flashbacks, he's a static character. He's a moving force. You could argue that he kind of changes with his position towards Lucy, but not really.
He's got his task.
Yeah, his task his story's already written, and he'll probably have a dramatic moment where Hollywood makes him pay for all of his sins and he has to die for somebody or whatever the fuck, which is hopefully they don't do that. He's just sort of this constant, and they do him well. Like he's a bad guy, and there's reasons for it, and they don't compromise on him, which is cool. Like when he fucking does the finger thing, like that was intense. It was fucking intense.
Yeah.
Lucy, they do really well. They don't compromise on her. But Maximus, there's a couple things, like when he's got the head and he like bashes the one head and he's like, here, you take the real one and I'll use this one. And then it all goes bad. And then he gives up her location or something. And it's like, okay, so in the span of about 5 minutes,
So you think there's a betrayal there? It's a real betrayal?
I mean, I don't think it's not a real betrayal in so much as you can argue that the characters don't, because they're keeping shit from each other, they don't know really what's going on, Yeah. My deal is this.
You and I really don't know what's going on because we didn't play the game.
My deal is, well, this isn't in the game. The plot line of the little pill, again, spoilers, of Cold Fusion, that is a plot line in the game. I know because Punksicle told me.
Oh, wow.
But from what I understand, maybe these characters are in the games, but they're not doing what they're doing in the story, I'm pretty sure.
But anyway, it says, I really like the way the ghoul did not kill the chicken when they wake him up.
That's awesome. So, my idea is Maximus, before this scene that I'm talking about, he's talking to Lucy about the head. And he's like, you don't even know what's in the head. And she's like, oh yeah, I don't. And he's like, they're after the relic. Whatever the fuck that is. So Maximus knows that there's a relic, and he knows, as in from technology from before, which is what the Brotherhood of Steel does. They gathered that shit. And he knows that it's in the head. He knows these things. Flash forward like maybe an episode, maybe. He's going to say, you take the real head to get your dad. Okay. I'm going to take the fake head back to the Brotherhood. And so there's this question of, okay, well, One, is he just trying to buy her time, knowing full well that it's going to go bad? If that's the case, why doesn't he just run? Because they can't track the head. If they could, they'd follow her.
Sure.
So why doesn't he just run?
I think he was in it's a more complicated situation that he was able to process. That's what I took from it. I mean,
right, but you dig what I'm saying? Like, he knows there's a relic. Yeah. He knows it's in the head. He knows the Brotherhood will find out. He goes, hands the head, does the whole pantomime act. They find out immediately.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh no! Ah! And he's like slobbering and no, kill me. Like, he didn't think that was going to happen.
Sure.
Him knowing full well what they do. And then suddenly they know where to go to find her.
Yeah. But I mean,
like, what?
It's a weird moment. I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, it's a little more than weird.
It's not.
It's a stupid moment. It's stupid.
It's because they go in hot, and it's definitely.
But he has the wherewithal in that scene. See, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. The plot just needed it to happen so they could tie up the loose end with the dude who turned into a ghoul, so they could tie up the loose end of her having the head so she could get to the woman who's bad but turns out not to be. So they could tie up the plot of, oh, the Brotherhood needs to come in and kill all those people so we don't have to deal with it. That's all it was. Because in the moment, in the fiction, Maximus is like, hold on a second. I see them coming. I know how long it's going to take. You, ghoul boy, who I hate, but now I don't. Get away. You can get away. Hey, you girl, hold on. Here's a plan. I'm going to do this, and this will save you time. And oh, I'm strategizing. Oh, here you go. And she runs off. Oh, you're fine too. And I'm going to go to them now because this makes sense. What? Just go with her.
Well, I mean, I think he was being altruistic to his new best friend, the other guy that was in the. Or you know, I don't know. There was an extenuating circumstance. It's just like, oh, this is the way the cards fell, and we just
that was his entire plot. Like, he had this whole thing that drove Maximus did, that his squire betrays him, gets the power core, knows the secret, and runs off and is going to go fuck him up. And so Maximus now has an impetus to go get him, right?
Yep.
They tie, and that's over like several episodes.
Sure.
They tie up that plot in about 2.5 minutes. Lucy and Maximus find the guy, right? And people are like, oh, you know, you got to fit all of it in, and they didn't have time. Really? They spent like 5 minutes looking around at all of the booby traps, the oversized like man-sized bear traps that aren't set, you know, and they're there. It's like, oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, look at the joke. Look at the joke. Look at the joke. Oh, it's so funny. Look at these jokes. 2 seconds later, oh, I'm going to shoot my entire clip because the guy has no combat skill whatsoever at all. He's just pop, unloads his entire magazine, doesn't hit anyone, has the whole Pulp Fiction moment where they're like, oh, look at us. Oh, you didn't hit a thing. We didn't even duck for cover. Ho, 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 this is funny. Turns to him. Oh, of course he trips a deal and gets shot through the neck, a la Sin City. Oh, blurp. Oh, let me go. Okay. What the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
Like, it's all like, ha, ha, ha.
Yeah, I mean,
constantly.
I don't get it. It's not a comedy, but they.
Okay.
I sent you this article that explains the issue that you're talking about. You're asking me why. Sure. And it's a very complicated answer. The article I sent it's on the Discord. I got to look it up. I don't know if I can find it right away.
It's called shoe leather, right? Where it's the stuff you don't need, right?
No, it's about
no, I'm saying
writers.
I'm saying in term. in terminology of film, shoe leather is like the shit you don't need to see.
Right, but this is about writers and showrunners. And,
I know, and I'm gonna let you get into it, but I
Okay.
want to finish this thought. One thing that's very good, I think, about Fallout is the series is they cut out most of the shoe leather. Like, that story moves fucking fast. They're like, well, we're gonna go through this fucking desert, and boom, the next scene is they're through the desert. Like, they don't spend any time, and that's actually really good, I think. But there's an issue, and what that is, I think it's tied into second screen-ism. There's no ambiance, and as the series goes on, it has ambiance, but as the series goes on, I noticed that it started getting into jokes, and everything was a joke.
Sure.
And it, instead of just letting there be a moment to experience of horror or of genuine connection between characters, they just, I don't know if they had like British dudes who were like, oh, this is really, really fucking funny, Jeeves.
Yeah, I mean, the difference today is you don't have somebody at the helm, and you don't have a strong showrunner that knows that can control beginning to end the arc, the whole thing. It's like your writer staff spends 2 months writing a thing instead of 8 months.
I don't know.
No, I mean, that's the thing. They're truncated. There's this really interesting article. You get like 3 articles free from Harper's Magazine called The Life and Death of Hollywood. And I might be blurring this article with a number of other things that are happening in Hollywood right now. But the major thing is that we're not taking the time for writers to be on set, for one. So decisions are being made by directors and producers
that
to get out of a quick fix. Right. They know the story, but they wrote themselves into a hole.
They're just bad at
it. And whereas because they don't have that connection, that back and forth, they're not writing and then going to set, with their dailies every day, or they're not rewriting the story as they go. They wrote the story 6 months ago. This was all planned out, and then it was designed by committee. A committee reads this stuff, and everybody puts their ideas into it. You will lose cohesion of story. There's not a direction that is cohesive. It's basically the reason why films were great in the past is the director had a vision and they were allowed to follow this vision. Now every single thing that you want to do, there's a hiccup. And so you want to do another thing, you want to do a change. Oh, let's do a change right here. And so like your character's intentions will get muddied, and the actors on set, they might have some ability to say, oh no, my character won't do that. But honestly, they didn't get to where they are today by ever saying that. Actors today are agreeable for the most part. There's definitely a difference between these two actors and, say, Mel Gibson, who can absolutely take his story to wherever the fuck he wants to it, because he's Mel Gibson, or any other actor that produces their own movies. That's the difference between him and up and coming actors. So when their characters do something that they don't understand, they just do the part. They just
read the lines.
Do the lines, and they might give a little pushback. Oh, this is kind of weird, or they won't. I don't ever get any pushback from direction. I kind of want it as a director. When I direct a film, I want the actors to say, you know what, I don't want to do it this way. And the problem that I run into is that if I'm getting paid by the writer to do a film, that's the way it's done. It doesn't matter what the actor says. It's like, well, we're paid. We're here to do.
Well,
this.
that's why you didn't. That's why you don't get feedback or pushback, because
Sure.
the director is the director, and there's an idea for within actors to say, you present whatever you're creating in different ways, and they do what they want with it. I mean, Buck Mud says, I suspect this is why Tarantino has canceled his new movie.
Who knows? I also think that Tarantino put himself into a hole. He doesn't want to only do 10. He said that a couple of years ago. And now he's got like this issue with, now he has to just do 10 films, and he can't decide the last one.
He could do whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah, no, it's an arbitrary thing that he put in front of himself a long time ago. So he, could hope to do 10. And there was a myth that if you do 10 features, you are successul. And he was just successful from the first one. So he just wanted to do 10 total. Because he didn't want to like lose his place, his standing. Because we have, I don't know if does what is the one, Kill Bill, does that count as 2 movies or 1?
I think it's 1. I mean, it's technically two movies, but I mean, it's one story.
It's not counted as 2 films.
I don't know what he thinks, but I would assume, I mean, honestly, like, I like most Tarantino films. The only one I actually didn't like, or I should say that I have no real interest in rewatching is the Hateful Eight. Like, I get it. It's kind of like a cartoon. It's incredibly well acted, but honestly, it seemed derivative to me. Like, at no other point in a Tarantino film have I been like, I know exactly what's going to happen, because I feel like I've seen this. Maybe that's the point, but I just like, I get it. All right.
Did you know his middle name is Jerome?
Really? It's a cool name.
No.
I mean, who the hell am I? Like, I'm not Quentin Tarantino. Like, he can do whatever he wants.
I mean, we could all be so lucky to be Quentin Tarantino with our film careers. He's loved by many.
My deal with FallOut, I think that there are aspects of the story that they're written in just so the plot can happen. And sometimes that's okay. That's a plot device. But it's written so that there can be a not so great joke. For example, the doctor guy, when, again, spoilers, when the doctor guy offs himself with the poison. Like, I get that the guy's enigmatic and weird and strange and all these things. But if he cares about saving the world, right, so much that he's going to let his head be cut off and he's going to go off the reservation, quite literally, and do all these things, why doesn't he tell Lucy anything? And I don't mean he has to tell, like, everything, because maybe he doesn't fully trust her. Maybe it's dangerous information. There's lots of things he could say or reasons he would do what he does. But to be like, just cut off my head and take it to them.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal.
Like, because he's in control. He has, it's not like he's like, oh shit, and I died. No, that's what they kind of make it out to be. That's not it. He has the juju, the fucking poison, and he just drinks it before telling her anything.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, look, so the shit's in my head. I can't tell you about it because it's important shit. You're gonna have to take my head. Oh, maybe he's afraid she'll stop him. So don't say take my head. Yeah, it's in my head. It's in my neck. That's the thing that really matters if something bad would happen, blah, blah, blah. She does her monologue, and then he's like, gulp. Oh yeah, so I just took fucking shit. You gotta cut off my head and do the thing. They couldn't do that because they wanted the moment where she has a monologue that's triumphant and quirky. And then the camera goes, shh. And this hilarious pan, and he's like, oh, I just took poison, so I'm gonna die. And she's like, oh, well, okie dokie. Really? Like, it was all for that. Just that. Yeah. So that everyone can walk around with this goofy fucking head that's rotting, and it just be quirky.
Yeah.
That's why they don't tell her. Because she doesn't know. It's like, God. Like,
yeah, I don't know.
You could cut off my head and carry around my head, my decapitated head, around the wasteland like a fucking football. Or you could dig it out of my neck and just have this in your pocket.
Because he is.
Come on.
He's the superhero. Like he's like, at all costs, everyone deserves free energy. At all costs.
But he's not stupid. He's not stupid.
Yeah, it's true. He's not stupid.
But he does a stupid thing.
But he's a flat character that you know.
Like, it's not a mistake. It's not like, oh, I made a mistake. Because smart people do stupid things all the time. But like, this is intentional. This is just so the plot will go forward.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, an interesting thing that Fallout does, it's a joke. It does all these things, but they do it really well several times. For example, Vault 4, I thought was masterfully done.
Yeah, it's great.
Great. The fight between Maximus and his squire, where Maximus steps on his foot, that sets up the whole arc of him meeting the chicken fucker doctor.
Sure.
And then getting turned into a ghoul.
Yeah.
Perfect. It made sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was cool. Planned. It was planned.
Yeah, that made sense. Thought. But like, come on.
But yeah, there's some choices that are made. The doctor offing himself and Maximus deciding to give him the wrong head. That was weird. And then, you know, for the Brotherhood to just accept it. Oh, no, okay, we believe you. You gave us the wrong head. You sent us all out here on fucking purpose. We wasted all these resources. So like you can go and find this girl again. That it's definitely a little, that is a soupy mess of plot right there.
So I may have missed something. When Lucy goes to the observatory and then Maximus.
But Maximus didn't call. He didn't call the people in. It was the other guy that was turned into a ghoul.
Yeah, I know that. But what I'm saying is, when Maximus gets picked up and then leads them to Lucy, the observatory, what I missed was I didn't know that Maximus even knew about the observatory.
Yeah, I didn't either. I was like, wait,
how does he know?
He didn't know.
So how the fuck did they know?
It was off screen. Like, she knew, like, about.
She knew because
and they were walking together a long time. They were walking together a long time.
Yeah, but that's shit that like should be. And that's the thing. I wondered if maybe I just
maybe there was a cut scene where they had that conversation.
Well, then it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I mean, they may have filmed it, but if they didn't show it, it didn't happen.
Or you know, it was cut from the script at a prior time. I think it was one of those situations where it was just presumed. It's like when we play role-playing games, and like it's like metagaming.
I wish that people were so kind with short films that I'm in, when they're like, well, you know, it probably wasn't that. They probably didn't have access to this and this, so it's probably pretty. No one does that.
No.
What I'm saying is, when Maximus was like, no, I can lead you to her, I was like, first of all, that's betrayal for your own skin, but sure. Okay. Second, how the fuck do you know?
How do you know where
she
she is?
is?
Yeah, because like
Maybe there's a part where he should.
they had a
where she tells him.
conversation. They had a conversation off screen where it happened, potentially. Isn't that where she found out?
No, I'm pretty sure she finds out because the ghoul tells her. I think the ghoul says that you need to take this to the observatory, or
And
she
so
finds
she's
out.
probably they were
from
walking around the
Vault 4 or
desert.
something.
And she's so like naive. They were walking around the desert. She was just like, "Oh, I know where I need to go now. I need to take it to this, because like she's pretty much single-minded, single track,
Right.
headed towards her father.
But check this out.
The whole time.
The Brotherhood's on their way.
Yeah.
The Brotherhood's on their way because old ghoul guy, accidental ghoul, calls them.
Yeah.
Lucy ducks out.
Yeah.
Okay. Why didn't Maximus just go with her? They both duck out. They get to the observatory, and the Brotherhood of Steel never really know where they are.
It could have skipped the whole thing. Like he could have just gone with her. He decided to protect because he knew that if he wasn't there, this is me reading a whole fucking bunch of shit into it. He knew if he wasn't there that they would have gone after his friend, his new ghoul friend, not his girlfriend. He would have gone off.
Yeah, but who cares? They don't know where he is.
Yeah.
They don't know where any of them are. They can't track them.
Right.
It makes no sense. This is what I'm saying. This is what I mean. Like, a decision was made that seems very heroic. Why? Because you need Maximus to do a heroic thing to show that he turns, right? You need to tie up the plot with the ghoul guy, so Maximus and he are now friends, right? You got to tie up the idea with him and Lucy. Oh, she can trust him now, and she's got to get to the observatory, and we got to bring the Brotherhood of Steel in here so there can be a big fucking fight, so the ghoul guy can come in, and blah 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 blah, so the big bad guy can actually jump in the armor and get. That's what I mean. It's super fucking lazy and obvious.
Yeah.
And maybe if you're watching a second screen, you're just like, oh, they're fighting now. Oh, I get it. Because see, we knew, it's like you said, it's metagaming. We knew that Lucy was trying to get, so they know. Makes sense.
He was saving Fred Armisten's life for making a prank call. Or whoever Fred Armisen was playing. I thought that cameo was great. Like, oh, it's Fred Armisen. It's great.
He was playing the guy who does the really bad music. Anyway, that's my issue. The biggest issue I have is those little plot things that are either just so the plot can happen or just to get a cheap joke. And that reminded me a lot of Thor Ragnarok to a degree, and which I think they wasted Cate Blanchett on, and then whatever the Love and Thunder was. It's all cheap jokes.
Yeah, Love and Thunder, I think that was the most recent one. Is that correct?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, that was in a phase of Marvel that I think they were kind of phoning it in. So the series writing credits, there's one writer who did all 8. There are 2 writers who wrote all 8 episodes, and then there are probably about 12 other writers that joined in.
Oh my!
They needed to figure out a way to get a big battle at the end.
Yeah.
So I mean,
but there's ways of doing it.
There's ways of doing it that isn't that, because the Brotherhood would have no clue. They would just be lost. But
see, here's the thing.
They would have had.
There's really easy ways to do it. They've already set it up. How about they've got a tracking device on the armor, or how about they have a tracking device on fucking Maximus?
The armor with the cold fusion, is that? Do they all have cold fusion? The armor?
No, no.
It's not infinite energy.
No, that's not cold fusion. The fusion core is not cold fusion.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a FallOut little thing that they have. Because if it was infinite energy, then they just use the thing. Cold fusion is like
You would just put it on a treadmill and have somebody run.
Yeah, you remember that old movie? I think it was in the 90s. I think it's
Which
called
one?
Cold Fusion or
Cold
something like
Fusion?
that. It might be a Keanu Reeves movie, maybe. And I think Samuel L. Jackson is in it. I may be conflating a bunch of movies. But yeah, it's the whole thing where they blow up. I think New York, and it's like they're like, oh, in that glass of water there, you could power like the United States for 3 days or some shit. It's when cold fusion, like they thought that cold fusion was actually a thing that could be obtained. Back when, way back. Well, back when. Anyway. So that's the Fallout thing. I enjoyed it. I will watch.
Chain Reaction?
Maybe that's it.
Chain Reaction. American Science Fiction, 1996. Keanu Reeves, Morgan
Oh, it is
Freeman.
Keanu Reeves. Okay, wow. Holy shit. I was completely right. That doesn't happen very often. All right. Ken, I must make coffee. I have to make more coffee.
No.
Until such time, I'll come back. You want to talk about? I mean, I have faith in your monologuing abilities. Tell everyone, why is it that we don't have a guest tonight, Ken? I'll be back in about a minute and a half.
I mean, I feel like not having a guest. I mean, there's a lot of reasons. We're not Jimmy Kimmel. They get guests every week. I think all the late night talk shows. If I was Jon Stewart, I think this guy would show up. So you can't control people you don't know. It's very difficult to get guests on. I had a bunch of questions for them about AI and marketing. I think one of the things about marketing is you got to show up. So if we're going to market ourselves, if you have a product that you want to market, a podcast, if you don't show up, then it's kind of not good for your brand. I don't know. Like if I had canceled my Starbucks shift as a barista 28 minutes before I was supposed to be there, I would have been fired. And I feel like this guy is fired from me believing I don't have that trust. I wanted to trust him because I feel like they have a lot to add to the conversation. I really do. It looks like we have some lurkers on our chat. If you chat right now, your comments will go in the feed. Does anybody have any questions about what's going on or why we're talking? We've been talking about the TV show FallOut, which I honestly was looking at my phone most of the time while watching it, so I don't remember a heck of a lot. But William, or Bill, I didn't mean to dox Bill, but I guess that's not that confusing. I'm really not that interesting of a person. I would like to talk about DreadLore. That is part of the reason why we're here. And every week and every Monday we do we do a live role-playing game called DreadLore, and we have two different stories where we play a game that's set in 1982 Detroit, and we play a game that's set and it's kind of like a Call of Cthulhu mystery detective story, and we play another game that's set in outer space like Starship Troopers. So
To space.
So that's all played in the DreadLore system and not Dungeons and Dragons. So if you're looking for an alternative to Dungeons and Dragons, you too can play and find the DreadLore core book. I've been told that we're not supposed to use the link tree anymore for some reason.
Nope.
But I don't know what, like I asked Bill what the new URL was, and I don't
Yeah, I
know
told you.
what it is.
It's called DreadLore.com.
Oh, you just want people to go to the.
Yeah, go to DreadLore.com. It's really simple.
It's so
Hey,
it's
everybody.
not goodlore.github.io.
Nope. No, it fucking redirects to that, baby. It's a redirection.
So
I domain.
I went to dreadlore.com and it did not like it.
What do you mean it didn't like it?
It went, and we could have probably talked to this guy.
It's right there. You're there.
No, it didn't. Oh, it did. It refreshed
did.
it too.
Motherfucker.
I must have typed
Hey,
it.
scroll down, dude. Scroll down and see that shit. I actually need to update the website because I made it just as an
looks like it was
HTML, CSS. Don't you fucking
made
talk
in,
shit about my
like,
god.
fucking-
God. Fuck you.
1980.
It does not look like it was made in 1986. Maybe
Yeah.
1995.
90.
It doesn't look that
1992.
bad. It is not that bad. That shit is mobile, responsive.
Sure. Mobile response. HTML is out, isn't it?
No, you need
Is it?
HTML.
You still need HTML.
Yeah.
Web 3.0.
Yeah, it's Web 3.0 has been around a while. HTML5 is a thing. You got to use HTML5 and CSS3. So all of those links, basically what dreadlore.com is, it is a portfolio. I will be simplifying those links. Eventually, GGP will not be on there. Several things will be housed. I'm creating a GGP website right now. That'll be a landing spot for it. Just so there's less on the page. But, look, y'all. I know you don't want to read. I know you don't want to pay attention. It's fine. It's fine. But the information is there. It's there. Go to dreadlore.com. Literally, it's there. There's merchandise. There's all kinds of shit there. There's our podcasts. There's explanations. You can download it's not a free core book anymore. The PDF is not free. It is $1 whole. So
It's like a big time.
and you know how much of that dollar I make. But I do want people to have the core book. And
Do you
I want
make
them to
any
play.
of that dollar?
I make it's either 65 cents or 35 cents. I can't remember which one. I think it's 65. I believe I get 65% minus taxes and stuff
Yeah.
of whatever it is.
Okay. Neat.
Yeah, I've been looking to ramp up or amp up my online presence with DreadLore specifically, and also going to like cons and selling the book and that kind of stuff. Pretty soon,
Yeah.
I'll be coming out with the novelette Miriam and the Mark, and it's set in the world of Craster, so high fantasy type setting. Think like what if Sauron had won? That's kind of what it's like. There's a lot of industry. There is magic. It's more subdued. There's fantastical races and beasts and all those sorts of stuff, and that's the base setting for DreadLore.
But is
Very Fae oriented.
there any fantastical racism?
Oh yeah, all of the races. They're actual races, first of all. Not and within the races they have
Not just
ethnicities.
humans.
There are no humans.
They're only Zens.
Yeah, well, there's no humans. I think we have a Hulker. I think a Hulker
good.
just appeared.
Well, that
We have a
changes
wild Hulker.
everything. There we go.
What's up?
Dude,
We got stood up.
we got stood up. But so we complained about it quite a bit, honestly. Yeah. I started complaining about it there for a while, and then I
As you should.
stopped.
Hulker, what's that swanky piece of swag you're wearing there?
It's a t-shirt.
That is a t-shirt. Is that a DreadLore t-shirt?
Why, yes, it is.
You can't get that t-shirt because that's a Kickstarter version of the t-shirt, you had to join the Kickstarter for that. But you can get a different one with different colors and stuff, which actually were designed by Cameron White. The new versions and such. Anyway,
Actually, you were pretty much done with the DreadLore book. I don't think it had been printed yet, but by the time I met you, you were like finished.
Yeah, I was.
I don't think I would have talked to you if you. No, I didn't get a t-shirt.
Well, you can get a t-shirt if you want.
No, I can do a lot of things.
What's your size?
I am medium, maybe small.
Medium size.
Medium.
Yeah. What I was hoping for, specifically with GGP, I want you to send me the logo, and I'm gonna make some t-shirts with the GGP logo, and we can have that marketplace up. I think that'd be really cool too.
I think I sent you that logo.
You gotta. GGP logo is sexy as shit. And I was there when you made it. Ken makes all of the artwork.
It was very early in the morning.
Very early. Holker, what's shaking, man?
Well, who's our sponsor tonight, Holker?
Yeah, who is our sponsor?
We are sponsored by
SD Song.
Subterfuge, Obfuscation,
Yep.
and Discretion.
Mm-hmm.
Subterfuge, Obfuscation, and Discretion. Well, Discretion is the one that's a little bit nicer. Tell us a little bit about Subterfuge. It is my native tongue, by the way.
No.
What about Obfuscation?
No.
Discretion?
Maybe some other time.
Maybe some other. I learned so many of those big ass words from playing Dungeons and Dragons and playing Vampire the Masquerade. That is how I learned obfuscation, because it's one of the powers, and then
Is it?
eschew. Eschew is, I learned it's a feat. It's called eschew materials in D&D 3.0 or 3.5.
Gesundheit.
What about anathema?
Anathema, I think I knew the word anathema prior to Vampire the Masquerade, VTM. Prior
Is
to
that a big vampire word?
Yeah, I mean, all the role-playing games, they use like, I mean, it's just like in DreadLore, like, science is called thergy. Why? Because it's cool and fantasy, fiction-y, and all that stuff. Yeah.
And it's better to call that because when the physics of your reality don't match up with the physics of real reality, at least you're not completely lying.
Right. Now, anathema in VTM. Name one, Holker.
Anathema in VTM?
Yeah, in Vampire the Masquerade. If you are a vampire, what is anathema to you? Or for you?
Light.
Yeah, it's like sunlight is anathema. I would say diablerie is one, but actually I don't think it is. I think vampires are actually supposed to actually do diablerie. It's just their rules.
At some point.
Their rules are that they shouldn't do it, but in fact, if you drop to 0 humanity, then you fucking eat everybody. So, for those that don't know, Holker, what is diablerie?
In vampire lore, it's where one vampire eats another vampire.
Yeah, like they eat their soul. What is it in
Like
real life?
Highlander at all?
Huh?
They kind of eat when spoilers when they kind of like eat, I guess, kill their opponents in Highlander. They sort of eat their souls.
They get the quickening.
Yeah, it takes a long time, the quickening. I always thought that was funny. It's just like, wait for it.
Yeah,
it's coming. It's kind of like a big orgasm.
That's exactly
murdered.
what it is. That's exactly
murdered this person. And now I'm gonna have an orgasm.
Holker, what does diablerie actually mean?
I don't know.
I'm assuming it's root diabolical. As in, like, diabolical is an adjective. I'm assuming diablerie is the noun form of it.
It would
no,
not
not a
surprise
diablo-
me if
the
it
verb
was
form.
something that was made up for
You
vampire lore
diablerize?
itself.
I think it's a noun version. Maybe. But a lot of those things, like auspex, for example, is a power. And auspex is soothsaying, from what I understand. Like anthropomancy, you know.
Apparently, it means reckless and mischief.
Reckless and mischief. That is diablerie.
Yeah.
No, I
Just
thought diablerie
diablerie.
was a noun that means black magic, sorcery, or attempted summoning of the devil.
Yeah, that's also there too. It's listed as an archaic meaning.
Well, these
So
are
what it used to
vampires, so
mean.
they're going to use the archaic meaning. Right.
Are vampires and Satan, are they kind of like hand in hand? Is that a thing? Are they a
No.
minion? Do they have like
No.
luncheons together?
No.
Do they ever meet? Does a vampire ever meet the devil? Like legit?
No, the devil's not really in, from what I know. The chat can correct me, or people in comments can. Vampire the Masquerade is about Cain, as in Cain and Abel. And Cain is the first murderer. And so when Cain gains his mark after he murders Abel and God curses him, and then he won't repent, these 4 angels come down and they curse him with the vampiric, basically what surmounts to the vampiric curse. So sunlight is anathema. He's got to drink blood and nothing else. Everything else will turn to ash in his mouth. He'll have a mark, he'll be shunned, and he will live forever. And then he gains his power from consuming / diablerizing angels and demons and those sorts of things. And his progeny, the generations past him, are the vampires. Or they're not called vampires, they're called Cainites. Because they're of Cain. So it doesn't really deal with the devil. It deals with God, but God is just referred to as a shining one. And he's
the shining God. Wow.
But he's not really a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, that's
really
from
not.
Cain's perspective.
Yeah. Anne Rice and Vampire the Masquerade, are they different worlds?
Very different. There's a load of similarities. But
and then Twilight?
So Twilight's like the fairy princess, I'm a 15-year-old girl version of vampires. Which, you know what? They had like a bunch of movies and a bunch of books.
They made
I can't really diss Twilight. No. I did cosplay as
Heathcliff?
No, what the fuck's the guy's name?
It's
it's not Jacob. Jacob's a werewolf. Eric? Is his name Eric? The fuck's the guy's name? The main vampire. Edward, yeah. I cosplayed as him. My brother was like, hey man, you do vampire LARPs, right? And I was like, fuck you, yeah. He's like, we got this thing at the store, at this bookstore, for the release of like the 4th book or whatever. And dude, I was like stalked by a fucking swarm of teenage girls that
they
really were into Edward.
Uh-huh.
And I look nothing like Robert Pattinson, like at all. I'm like 4.5 feet tall. You know? Yeah. Don't look like him. But they were into it.
I actually have a connection to the Twilight.
I saw the pictures.
I gotta verify it.
Really?
Ooh. I gotta verify it. I can't not verify it. Fuck, dude. ABL speakers.
What? Okay, so I did have a couple other things for us to talk about other than just shit showing, whatever the fuck that means. Okay. There's a bunch of stuff that nobody's going to know. It's stuff that's in the news right now. as in the TTRPG news. So do you guys know what Free League Publishing is?
No.
Free League they don't just do D20 and they don't just do 5e stuff, but they're kind of like they are a big indie game publisher. Morkborg is one of their big deals. And then I got their Death in Space game. So it's the games are super fast, rules light is the idea, the kind of one-page adventure type games. They're almost, as far as I've seen them, they've been all D20. I have been told they are not all D20. Really good artwork, and they just absolutely kill it with crowdfunding. And everybody fucking knows their shit. Anyway, Free League Publishing releases the new expansion for the Ruins of Symbaroum 5e. So they write for 5th edition and that kind of stuff. I don't want to just sit here talking to myself, so we won't go into that. I'm assuming neither one of you have any. Do you have any
I am
opinion?
clueless.
I don't
What's the
know
controversy?
I did go see a movie with I found it and then I lost it. All right, well, fucking hell. I don't know. I don't know anything. Free League, that looks neat. Fantasy, horror, sci-fi.
Yeah. Death in Space, the book, it's masterful. Like really interesting setting, and like the adventure that's actually in the book, I took it and modeled some of the free adventures for DreadLore off of that off that style. I really like how they did it. Like NPCs have goals, wants, desires. You can fit an entire NPC on like just a little sidebar, just a chunk, and you can play that person because you know their wants, their needs, and their goals. So you absolutely know what they need to do. The style of play is very open world, but it's the kind of thing where something is going to happen if you do A or if you wait for B. Very old school game style. So if you go through that door, oops, it's an airlock, you fly out into space, you die. Right. Who's next? Like really quick turnover type stuff. What's the controversy? Kind of reminds me of, so I'm an indie publisher, but I'm not the Free League. You know, Ken and I have made movies, short films together, which would be independent film.
Super indie. If not amateur indie.
But independent films, how much do they cost?
The indie ones cost $1 million.
Yeah, it costs $1 million.
They spend $1 million making an indie. I mean, you can make an indie movie with your friends, or far less than that. But typical indie budgets, I think, are about $1 million.
And that's what I'm getting at. Is it really is a different, like, if not genre, it's a different stratosphere. Like, so if there's a controversy, it's Free League Publishing. People are like, oh, support indie. It's like, you're not really supporting indie when you get their stuff. They write a bunch of D20, which D20 needs no love. Everybody knows it. They have some extra rules, but they're massive. You know, in and of themselves, they're kind of this conglomerate.
According to AI, an indie film can range from 10 grand to $50 million, but the average is 2.5 million.
Yeah. So after go on.
They have budgets for their.
Whereas ours is like $42, like $1,200 or something.
Sure.
After a disappointing 2023, with hobby channel sales struggling and a reported decline in Dungeons and Dragons, the latest earnings call from Hasbro, covering the first quarter of 2024, shows tabletop games starting to recover. So this is on enworld.org. And if you're interested in looking at it. I know Baldur's Gate 3 came out, and a lot of people have been playing it, and they like it because
Is that a video? That's a video game, right?
yeah, Baldur's Gate is a video game.
You're walking around like Final Fantasy style and
Close, yeah. Final Fantasy is usually turn-based, but
World of Warcraft.
Baldur's Gate 3 has a new mechanic, I believe. In Baldur's Gate 2, it was like you just ran around. It's kind of over the head, or like Overwatch perspective, and it's all real time. It's not like an RTS, like a real time strategy, but you take one character and you just go run through the dungeon. I want to say in Baldur's Gate 3, there's some mechanic of turn, or I don't know. It was explained to me like kind of like a bullet time or something. I'm not sure.
Bullet.
In Final Fantasy, you have that too. Like it's your turn, it's my turn, or there's like a cooldown or something like that. Anyway, Baldur's Gate 3 came out. Apparently, Magic the Gathering is not making too much of their business, which is weird. Magic the Gathering cards, if you go to game stores, that's like all you see.
Yeah,
it's card games.
I'm sure the resale on Magic. I mean, that's a great way to. I think that Holker has a card he showed me that sort of says it all.
Do you?
Yeah, I don't have a picture, but it's a Black Lotus.
You have a Black Lotus? Yeah, you have a Black Lotus?
Yeah, well, no, I mean I have a replica, if you will, but I mean if you had the original,
yeah,
you could tap it to destroy your target mortgage.
I had a Black Lotus, but it wasn't just any. I had it dark, where it had black around the edges before it had white.
Yeah,
it was
like an original, or the
yeah,
second?
it was like the second pressing of. I had all 5 Moxes at one point in time. I had all the dual lands.
And you like gave it all up for $500 or something?
Yeah, at a baseball card shop. You know, when I was starving in college. So.
Yeah. So there's a YouTube about this. It's about it's a really good one. I should find it, or maybe you can find it. That describes it's like the 5 or the 7 most valuable Magic the Gathering cards, and why.
I don't want to see it.
But I'm trying to promote whoever this person's video is, and this person really goes deep in the paint. Like it's actually I fucking hate Magic the Gathering. I think it's a stupid game. That said,
I thought the mathematics are well done.
It's great. I have a chip on my shoulder about it.
I mean, I get it.
That's it. This video is very cool. The history of why and how. Look, why is the Black Lotus so powerful? It's not really because of the card. It's because how the game changed and how it got popular. And then the sort of, for lack of a better term, OpenGL kerfuffle that this company got themselves into. They basically promised the player base that they weren't going to print these. Nice. They were going to print these. I see it.
Yeah,
I see it.
They weren't going to reprint it.
And then they were like, "Well, fuck this. We can make a shitload of money if we reprint them." And it was like caused a big kerfuffle. Anyway, the guy's video is way better than what I just said.
Oh, it's great.
It's great, man.
What you said.
It's great.
I mean, I don't. There's like 100 different.
Fat.
But I mean, I had. I bet I had every single one of these Magic the Gathering cards. They got Ancestral Recall. Like that was I played with that. I had all of the Time Walk. I had a Mishra's Workshop.
You're talking about Magic the Gathering, right?
Yeah, these are all cards I had. But doesn't matter. They're gone.
Well, so why did you sell your cards for $500 if you had all this shit? And when did you?
I was hungry. It was
Not an excuse,
probably
Ken.
it was probably late 90s.
Oh, well, that's different. That's different. I want to say it was 2012, maybe 13, and one of my buddies was. So everyone played, save for myself, played World of Warcraft, and they started selling their characters. Because they'd have like the mythic whatever the hell, all the armor and like the fucking cock guard and shit of Doom. And this dude, I want to say he sold his character. It was like for $600 or $1,200, just so someone could run around. Having not played the game, they can just run around on like an elephant that flies or whatever.
They had like a super high end.
I
Like
wonder on an hourly basis what that equates to.
You mean how many hours old dude put in grinding? I have no clue.
I mean,
I have no idea.
I think it took a long time to level up, didn't it?
There's a term for it. Where
gardening? Is it gardening?
No, it's where like you guys have super high level characters and I just start out. So I run around with you and I'll level up really, really fast.
Oh.
Because like basically you let me do the kill or whatever and I get a shitload of points. It's stuff like that.
So they get them pretty much all the way down to like nothing and they do the last hit.
Yeah, because there's certain places if you go you just get whacked. You get offed. So, but if I'm with you, you can take care of it, and then I'm like, ha, or I'm just there and I get the, the points or something. Fucking, I know World of Warcraft is cool. My brother played it, and
nice.
He would show me like the world, and he'd be like, I don't even know what the story is. I just run around and like climb mountains and shit and look at the graphics and how cool it is. But I never played it.
I mean, there's a lot going on in there.
It's about to turn 20.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like your first one.
Yeah. I don't think. I mean, I remember playing it and seeing it played when it first came out. It had to have been the 2010 or something.
No, it was like 2004.
Was it that
3? Maybe 6.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't when it first came out. I had a friend that played it in like 2010.
I don't think it was 02. I want to say it was.
I don't think the
2005 or
graphics.
6.
And maybe I'm delusional, but it doesn't seem like the graphics are that much better than they were in 2010. Maybe.
Well, I mean, nowadays I don't know. Blizzard has.
I mean, I'm
like
watching a 2024 gameplay. Everything has hard lines.
Is it on a sexy computer? Though?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just watching somebody play it. It's a live play.
Yeah, but are they on a sexy computer? Because you can, like gaming computers, right?
I mean, this guy's playing it. He's got a YouTube channel. That's his.
We've got a YouTube channel, Ken.
I don't know. I'm stealing it. I'm sure we're going to get a copyright bump because I accidentally I played some video unmuted there for a second, so we're gonna have to like cut that out. You can't show an example of anything.
No. No.
No, you can talk about it, but you can't show an example.
Well, I've been told much about the lore of World of Warcraft, and it's a pretty winding plot. Apparently, there was a dude who got really mad. I'm gonna butcher this story, but he got really mad, or a dude or a girl. I don't know who it was. One of the writers, and they wrote a story that like utterly destroyed like the Night Elf realm, and did it out of spite. That's the story. That's the word on the street. Like, because they were like getting fired or whatever, and they're like, fuck your Disneyland for elves. Blew that shit up. And so the story kind of didn't make sense after that. Or current topic, World of Warcraft. Yeah, WoW is one of those things. I mean, WoW people will be like, "Are you Horde or Alliance?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Now I know. Which one are you guys, Horde or Alliance?
I'm
I
Horde
never
Lions.
played.
What?
Horde Lions.
You're Horde Lions? God, you guys are lame.
I feel like if I played, I would probably be Horde. I liked playing Horde and Warcraft 2.
Oh
and
yeah, sure.
Warcraft 3, like the old school, and then you're looking
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, Warcraft 2 and 3.
I think it would. I don't think I
Dub.
played Warcraft 3.
Dabu. I know
Nope,
Dub.
Zug Zug. I've got a
Zug, that's
flying
right.
machine. I always played Horde. And
By your command.
I'm alive.
God.
What do you need? Raw.
That's actually pretty good. All right, so we shall talk about something that I know nothing about, so you guys can actually talk.
I don't know.
Not that I know
GIS.
anything about. Huh?
GIS.
Nope. What in the hell happened in New York? What happened?
The trial?
This says more than 1,000 arrested in 10 days of U.S. campus protests over Israel's war in Gaza.
You've not been following the protests.
I didn't know anything about it. Like I found out about it yesterday.
Long story short, there were massive student protests at I think it was Columbia University, which is in New York, and I think there were several others. And it was kind of a standoff. And the university, I think, was trying to get them to leave or disperse or whatever. And now the cops are involved, and I guess the students are going to be like suspended or expelled or whatever. But that's, I believe it's over the Gaza-Israel war.
Supporting Israel. They want to divest from their college to divest from Israel's Israeli companies. We are attached at the hip with Israel, America. That's kind of like our city on the hill.
I knew this would wake you guys up. Continue, please.
I don't want to go. I don't want to go too
No, I want to talk
that.
about it. I don't know shit about
it. I think that it's this generation's Occupy Wall Street, maybe.
I hope not, because Occupy Wall Street didn't go anywhere.
Well, I mean, the same thing about it. Just
and people forgot about it.
Every couple of years. I mean, think about the hippies protesting the Vietnam War. I mean, that didn't go anywhere.
I mean, they blew
either. They talk about 1969, 1968. Those protests being, protesters were killed by violence in the late 60s, and the Vietnam War and the draft didn't end. I think it was till 1975.
Well, that's when we pulled out. But
yeah.
It ended in 1972, in effect. 1972 was the last year that people were actually drafted. But even then, it was not that many.
You mean the draft ended in 72?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The war was 75, right? Like the fall of Saigon.
Yeah.
Fall of Saigon was 1975, but there was a peace treaty that was concluded that ended the war a couple of years prior. However, so the last big year of U.S. involvement in Vietnam was 1971. There were a few people drafted in 1972, but not that many. And in effect, I think there was none drafted in the years after 1972. A peace treaty was signed in 1973 that kind of ended the war, but it allowed the United States to leave, and then a couple of years later, the fighting kind of resumed, and but everyone knew what the outcome was going to be.
Yeah.
And eventually, you had the fall of Saigon.
It was not good.
So the fall of Saigon was not 75.
Yeah, it was 75.
Oh, it was. Okay. Well, did the protests actually contribute to any policy?
Are you talking about the U.S.-led protests against the Vietnam War?
Yeah.
I don't think that. I mean, I think there was the only reason the Vietnam War ended is I think they found it. There was no point. It was just murdering people. Like the lie, the top brass realized that it was a big lie, and they just didn't want to put the effort into it anymore. It was
I think
about
there's
stopping communism.
that's
I mean, and
potential,
that's
but-
what Israel is. It's
okay,
about
hold
stopping-
on.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a tie. To
I
the
know
whole
that.
thing.
I know. There's. We're diving directly into the cynicism pool. What I'm asking is, to stick to one topic really quick. Did the protests in Vietnam, or sorry, the anti-Vietnam protests, did they have an effect on U.S. policy? And then the obvious tie-in is, will these protests matter? That's the question.
I don't think they mattered. I mean, how many wars have we been in? Iraq War, Afghanistan War. We've been at war. We're a warring country. That's kind of what we do. We're not in a hot war in this moment necessarily, but we are bombing people here and there. And I don't think that is necessarily
That doesn't answer the question though. Like I'm talking about, does the
I don't think
protest
the protest
change?
did Occupy Wall Street have any effect? Did the
But that's
Black Lives
completely
Matter
different.
have any?
It's not completely different, but it's different. We didn't do Occupy Wall Street to stop a war.
Yeah, well, it is a war. It's a war on people.
Yeah, it's semantics, sir. It's the semantics. Holker,
War against.
we want to know your opinion from a historical point of view.
I'm sure it probably had some sort of impact, but
Sounds like it didn't.
it's really hard to trace a chain of causality for these types of events. So in terms of what exactly it did, I don't know. I'm sure people have tried to suss out what sort of impact protests in Vietnam had. I'm sure it was not nothing, but beyond that, it's not something that I've really read a lot about. I mean, I've certainly read about the factual happenings around Vietnam and its end, but this is a subject that I haven't read that much about.
So, what wars? We were in a number of wars between 75 and it goes back that far because there was I guess Iraq and Iran were at war at that time, and we supported Iraq.
That was in the 80s.
In the 80s, the early 80s. Just after that, so it's like we were against them before we were for them, before we were against them. And I think this similar stuff went on with Iran. So, I mean, but Israel is an American. It only exists because of World War II and what happened post World War II. It was a settlement that was, I think, orchestrated by the United States. And again, I am not an expert on this. I am not a. This is just what is, I think, rattling around in my head. Please tell me if I'm wrong. But it was certainly culturally significant to Jewish people because it's sort of the breadbasket. It's where the cradle of humanity was. Sumerian and like it was certainly further.
That's where they're from,
east.
right? I mean,
but it's like,
is it not the birthplace of the Hebrews, or at least of Judaism?
Egypt, I think it's close.
Jerusalem? Or you're talking about
Yeah, well, I mean that I think Jewish
Judaism
people crossed from
comes from Egypt.
and they crossed to the promised land or whatever in Jerusalem or something. I don't know. Because
Oh,
I'm
I see
not
what
an
you're saying.
expert.
You're saying, yeah. I don't know. I don't think they're
I'm just
Egyptian.
guessing. I mean, talk about misinformation. I think there should be like a little line at the bottom.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is because Moses supposedly, though
Yeah.
I've heard that there's like a whole thing about
All that.
there's no historical evidence that. I
Yeah.
mean, this is contentious as shit.
I
but,
have
like, it
read.
goes
I've
directly
read that
against
there's no the historical evidence for
the Jews being
traditional,
slaves in Egypt.
Moses or the exile.
One of the things that one of the arguments that I heard was supposedly, according to the Bible and whatnot, Jews were slaves to the Egyptians, the Pharaoh, for like 400 years, and then Moses leads them out. But supposedly, there's no archaeological evidence, meaning in the form of like ceramics, and pottery and art and all those things. There's no evidence that they were there, and like there's no influence either way. That's what I was basically watching. I mean, you have to question everything you hear and see.
Yeah.
But the idea of, and then when I was in the church, of course, people would look at the Red Sea and be like, see, this could have only happened if it was part in the middle. And then, clearly this is true. These footprints were 2,000 years old or whatever. I mean, who do you trust on that, right? Were the Hebrews slaves to the Egyptians for 400 years, as it states in the Bible, and then they get their way to Jerusalem? I've been told, no. Apparently that didn't happen. I've also been told that's totally happened. Then again, the same argument happens with, well, who was Abraham's favorite son?
AI says it's a myth.
Was it
That they
Ishmael?
were
or was it Isaac?
indigenous to a place called Canaan.
Canaan.
Yeah.
On the Sinai Peninsula.
Yeah, they killed the Canaanites, man. The Philistines.
Canaan is I believe Canaan is more or less the current land of Israel.
Yeah. That's the land of milk and honey, baby.
But the creation of Israel, I think it was kind of mildly established in 1917, which had like an establishment of like a Jewish
It's like Zionism,
area.
right?
But then in 1948, it was Truman, and they created a state of Israel, and it is because it's a holy land for Arabs, Jewish people, and Christians. All the big three.
Yeah, the big Abrahamics.
Yeah, they all read the same fucking Bible.
They love killing each other.
And they love killing each other.
They love it.
None of this is new. I think it is arrogant of the United States to figure that they can figure a way out at this point. The reason it's there, I mean, I believe the reason it's there is it's a big military base that kind of is on our side.
Of
It's
oil,
a
man.
stopgap. It's the same as what they were doing in Vietnam, which was establishing a base to prevent communism, and it's just part of that scenario. So when Biden is like, or it doesn't matter what president you like, they're both going to be like, yeah, Israel, because it is a security situation.
Well, yeah, if Israel goes, then we don't have a foothold there, and someone else will. And we can call American empire, and I would consider American empire, but we can poo-poo on it till the cows come home. But like, someone is going to fill that gap, and as arrogant as it may sound to some people, you want to be on the top if you can be. you want to be the king of the hill if possible, because if you're not, you're under the boot heel of others. People are like, oh, you know, fuck you, fuck America. And it's like, right, but your country would do that if you could. No, we wouldn't really. Okay, Denmark. Like,
yeah, I mean,
yeah,
Canada,
you would.
if Canada had America's military, I mean, they would be, you know, Team Canada World Police.
I don't know. Maybe Canada wouldn't be.
You don't think so?
Nice. They're really nice about everything.
You think they would be a kinder, gentler? I mean, it's really.
If they had the military that America had, we would all be speaking hockey. Okay.
God, fucking Canada. Lord.
I mean, Russia, they're pretty good at hockey.
Yeah.
When I don't know if they're doping or not, but it's. I mean, they kind of having some Olympic team problems because of the doping. But I mean,
listen, the Russian machine, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Anyway,
what I'm saying is like there's this idea of like America being an empire and that being a bad thing. But and I agree, it is a bad thing for people to subjugate other people.
Sure.
It is a bad thing. But there's idealism and then there's realism. That's the entire argument of the prisoner dilemma. Like, for a person who is in the basket of, I don't know, I'm making up terms, who lives with the creature comforts of being in a quote unquote quote first world country, like America or like Britain or like wherever the fuck you are that's, you know, has running water, and to look and say, oh, I can't believe. It's like, well, do you want China to be in charge? Because China will get in charge. They will fill that. They will. Like, make no mistake. Or Russia.
You've been there.
Will. They will. Absolutely they will. Because they know what it's like to be subjugated. China was subjugated for a good long time. Arguably, they still are.
Yeah.
They know it's better to have the choice to do the right thing or the wrong thing or the gray thing. It's better. And you only get that choice if you're on top or if you're near it.
Sure.
Or if you have some leverage over other people.
China's doing an amazing job of filling in where America stepped back around the world. America stepped out of Africa, basically.
And so they're just exploiting the shit out of Africa.
And so China steps in and they create infrastructure and they create diplomacy in their way. Everything's diplomacy.
What they do is they roll in, they build a whole bunch of shit,
Yeah.
Which does create infrastructure, and then they plunder all of the natural resources.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not great for the people, but I mean, that's what we do. That's what
we did in
you
Mexico,
and I.
Sure.
But it's what America
By the
does.
way,
I mean,
enjoy this episode while you can, because once the Chinese translation of the DreadLore core book is finished, we're going to take it down.
Clearly.
I don't know. I think that we are. I don't know. I think we are such short-term, short-sighted people that we can't see, and it's just going to get worse as our carrying capacity diminishes, and Fallout becomes reality. And we're all living in the world of Craster. I mean, it just takes us back to the DreadLore core book.
Takes us right
Really,
back to the DreadLore core book.
That's what we're selling here. Is you too can live in a pretty depressing future.
Well, the thing about DreadLore, the universe, it's not nihilistic, and it's not absurd.
No, it's hope.
There's actually hope. There's actually hope. That's the whole point of it.
It's hard to have hope here.
Hope despite the circumstances.
And how much does this hope cost? And where can they get it?
If you get it on the DreadLore.com website. The digital version of the book, the whole book, with artwork and everything and links, is $1. on DriveThruRPG. The printed hardback version of the core book, which is the sexy version, is $60. Which is, quite a bit for a book, but most D&D books are 50 or 55. This thing is the entire game and all of the lore and everything. It's a tome. Yeah. And there's going to be splats, as in what do you call them, lore books for various settings and such, but you can play the entire game with the core book itself. You don't have to buy a player's handbook or a dungeon master's guide or a monster manual or any of that stuff. Okay, back to this. I'm reading from Spectrum News. I don't know if I should be reading from Spectrum News. It says more than 1,000 people have been arrested at student-organized protests of Israel's war effort in Gaza. On campuses in the last 2 days, 108 were arrested in New York City's Columbia University. So a whole bunch of people have been arrested all over the place. I could not believe this was happening. This is something you see on the news, like I saw it happening. Oh, like I saw it happening at Columbia, and I never believed it would happen here in Bloomington, Indiana. They say it was terrifying. Basically, it was a protest that the police rolled in and started arresting everybody. And then it goes into how really, really fucking bad it is in Palestine. It says more than 34,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israel. Hamas killed around 1,200. And then Israel killed 34,000.
Reminds you of something, doesn't it? It's like Iraq.
And they've wounded 77,000 plus. They've destroyed over 60% of the housing. There's nothing there. It's all bad news bears.
Yep.
So it's this idea of, for lack of a better word, it looks a lot to me like genocide.
Sure. I mean,
I get the argument Israel has for what they're doing. I get it. What I don't understand, what I do understand, I think, but what really conflicts with me is when someone says, it's like Hatfield McCoy type stuff. Someone says, oh, well, I'm going to go and burn down this dude's house and kill everybody and murder them and all these things. And it's just because they hurt me. And there's a group of them that will continue doing it. And we've been doing this for a long time. And so, you know what? I'm just going to nip it in the bud and take them out. Like, it seems like the Israeli argument for murdering all of Gaza is that it's okay that we're doing genocide because. And whatever is on the other side of the statement of because, I'm uncertain how someone actually rationalizes that. Like when you say it's okay to commit genocide because ...
Yep.
That's
a pretty
intense statement.
What's the difference between that and what we did in Iraq? Iraq didn't even have. There was nobody from Iraq on the plane. It was all Saudi Arabia ally. It is.
I think there's a difference.
There's a difference where we went into and completely blew up the infrastructure of a country. I mean, and there were very little protests here. I think it's great that people are protesting. I mean, I think they should. I don't know what the efficacy of it is. It's a tragedy.
I mean, if we make it tantamount to, if it's just the results, a whole lot of people die miserably.
Yeah.
Then, if we reduce things to the misery and the death toll, then yeah, I think that they become closer. but so are wars. Like, there's an argument of why would you ever have a war? Because there's misery and death.
Yeah.
I think there is a difference. I'm not trying to justify the Iraq War at all. I was standing amongst a very few at that time who were like, this is stupid. You guys just want blood. Because the entire country seemed mobilized to go punish people for attacking.
The thing that I find is strange, though, I mean, to bring it back to this war between Hamas and Israel, America has been pushing for a ceasefire for a long time. I mean, and have had structured peace accords for a very long time. It's not the Israeli people who are pushing for the war. It is the government. It is whatever his name is. He's basically a little Putin, but his own. I can't believe that I can't remember.
Isn't that Netanyahu?
Netanyahu.
Netanyahu.
Yeah, it's Netanyahu.
Like it is. And he was kind of. It was a power grab. And same. It was a power grab for George Bush. Like that. That is what he wasn't going to get a second term. His ratings were way the fuck down.
He's also facing some pretty bad corruption charges that are only told because of his position. In other words, if he wasn't actually prime minister, he'd probably be fighting for his freedom from charges within Israel.
He would be in a bad way, much like other former presidents of the United States who are going through corruption charges. I
mean, this to me it screams like some war crimes, like pretty hateful.
Sure. Yeah,
like they're targeting. I mean, they're targeting non-combatants, and they're saying, "Oh, well, they could be combatants." It's like, well, right, but you don't know. Okay, well, we have to. We're allowed to defend ourselves. If defending yourself means committing genocide, I'm not sure you're allowed to do that.
Yeah. It's
I don't
it's an overreaction to preserve political power. And
I understand this idea, imagine you're hanging out and 1,200 people in the kibbutz, like, they get raped and pillaged and then kidnapped and murdered in awful, like, horror movie style ways. And this is something that has been going on for a very long time. I get if you're Israeli hating Palestinians. I get it. And I could see myself in a position of saying, you know what? They gotta go, because if they don't, then they're gonna keep on doing this. And this is some bullshit. However, not all Palestinians are doing that. And in fact, from what I understand, a minority of them are. Like, you got a serious problem there, right? It's like, oh, this is my land. Well, no, it's not. It's your land. I mean, something's got to give, You can't coop people up in a place and expect them to be cool with it. And then have all these other people meddling, and it's not a simple issue. All that said, how are you going to go in and kill 34,000 people? Devastate their where they live. Say you got to stay there. What result is Israel's government looking for here? Like, are they looking for, hey, sorry? Oh, hey, here's the hostages. What are they looking for? What's the end goal? Seems like genocide. That seems like genocide.
And Israel is in a tough spot because they're up against Hamas, which is more like a military group, not like necessarily. I think it's not hugely a political party, though. It is kind of
they're minority. Like in charge of Gaza,
but they're getting funding from.
At the same time, it's like
they're getting funding from Iran,
Right.
who is a sworn enemy of Israel and wants to wipe it off the map. I mean, that's what they're up against. And they've been experiencing bombing and rockets going into the city for a very long time. So it's
since
like
they've been around.
It's not like an easy problem to fix, and it's not something that I keep going back to this. It's not something you and I, it's not something Republicans and Democrats, it's not something America will fix.
No.
They can choose to support or not support Israel. If we support Israel, if America supports Israel, 100,000 people are going to die in Gaza, or like it's just going to be wiped off the map. If
they're going to
it doesn't,
a lot of people.
If it doesn't, Israel is eventually going to be. If Israel's left on its own, like they will be wiped off the map. They don't have the ability to sustain themselves without American support. I believe that is the case. It's not like a manufacturing rich, trade rich area. It is a holy war military base that is probably reflective of the holy wars of the Dark Ages. I mean, Europeans going in to try to offset,
which was also political, right?
Yeah, which is very political. I mean, it's not going in away. I don't know the motivations. I'm not in the room where like the factions are talking to each other, and I'm not an expert on any of this. So I mean, I think that it's something that we should be careful about talking.
So what's but the thing is the shit's going
punditizing.
The shit's going on, right?
Yeah.
As in recent weeks, anti-Israel protests have been taking place at some of America's most prestigious universities as students show their solidarity with the Palestinian people amid the ongoing war in the Middle East.
Sure.
So
that's happening. The violence and the protest is happening here in America, which is disturbing. And I think that is because there's a disruption of commerce and day-to-day activity. They protesters have positioned themselves in places that disrupt the community or the local area, and I don't think the police is equipped to handle these protests. And they weren't during the Black Lives Matter. There were some pretty rough times in that.
Oh yeah,
protests as well. I think Occupy Wall Street, eventually they cleared that out.
The problem with Occupy Wall Street is they didn't have a leader and they didn't know what they wanted.
Yeah, but it was still cleared out. And
yeah, it was cleared out, but it wasn't. From what I understand, it didn't get violent. I mean, I'm sure somebody got hurt, but it wasn't like not like this.
A lot of our police are former military, and they're not equipped. Sure. And I'm not saying that is bad or good. It is kind of bad to have a police force that is former military. We should have a civilian police force of people who, are of the community and they serve in, instead of people who police, because that is a form of, control in its own way. I see what you're saying. That's a big old topic, though. Yeah, that's another
that I think
whole
is
thing.
A little bit different. This is the Intelligencer. It says the anti-Israel demonstrations around Columbia turned threatening and anti-Semitic Saturday night.
Yeah.
Social media, you can find footage of crowds taunting Jewish students, saying "Go back to Poland," which is classy, and chanting, "We don't want no Zionists here." There's a mass protester with a sign that reads "Al Qassam's next target," with an arrow pointing at a Jewish counter-protesters nearby.
Are these
the 7th of October is going to be every day for you? No, it doesn't say.
Are these like? I don't know who the protesters are and who is chanting, but I feel like the one thing I know for sure is that the anger is displaced. They have chosen to take their anger out on not specifically Netanyahu deserves every bit of that.
Sure.
He is the one in control. Just like George Bush deserved every bit of that angst for going into Iraq. I have concern about the protesters do they know what they're protesting about? Like, no. Have they taken the time and energy to understand the political situation that these people are in, and to fully be researched? Because if you protest something, if I'm going to walk out and protest with a group of people, I've been to a lot of protests, from women's marches to Occupy. I was involved with some stuff in that on the West Coast, not in New York. But it's like, you got to know what you're protesting. And I think it's kind of disturbing that I think there are a lot of news organizations that have gone in there to interview people, and there's no winning a war on hate with more hate. It's right. It's futile. It's futile. It's a futile, and pointless. What's the
goal?
End game. It's got the same end game. It's the goal of Occupy Wall Street. I want them to lose.
You keep on saying that. I disagree. Occupy Wall Street is something that needed to happen. It's just it had no leadership. It was millennials, by and large, who had gotten fucked over. And when I say this, I know that there's, I know where this can go, but just let the statement ride. What I'm trying to say, got fucked up over, entire careers utterly destroyed with a 20-year war that was supposed to not be more than a few years. They kept on going back and forth and making people rich at the expense of a lot of people, including millennials. And then 2008 happens again, directly. I mean, you can draw. This is why Occupy Wall Street happens, because you got millennials who are now about 30 years old, who are like, I'm going to have nothing.
Yeah.
And it keeps on happening. And this corruption is some bullshit. And they're really mad, and they're trying to mobilize and do something, but they had nowhere to go. And I think people were actually listening for a little while, and then they were like, what are you here for? And they're like, we're just fucking mad. This isn't right. And people are like, great, so get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Well, you fast forward 10 years, what happens? It's not Occupy Wall Street, it's a COVID thing, but it reminds me a lot of Occupy Wall Street.
Yeah.
It's, we're mad. Okay.
Well, I think the Black Lives Matter protest was warranted. I mean,
I'm not referring to
I'm just saying that what I'm worried about, and what people should be protesting, is that you don't have to look to Israel. You can look at the southern border. You can look at Texas and see.
Well, it's something we could actually do something about, right?
The same,
and that's
thing
why
is
I'm saying
there.
Occupy Wall Street that has to do with an internal thing. We can protest about it. Sure, we can have solidarity with Israel and Palestine and whoever you want to be, but if I go outside and I'm pro-Palestine and I'm like, where are the Jews? I'm in Los Angeles. I can hate on a lot of people, but what the fuck do they have to do with Israel? Or if I am am I pro-Israel and I'm like, where are the Palestinians? What the fuck?
Yeah.
What does that does nothing.
I've not met a whole lot of Jewish people that are like, bad Palestinians, not Americans.
No, people here, and the people that I've met that are Jewish here in LA, the biggest thing that they have that's pro-Israel is they're like, this is going to cause shitloads of anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
For everybody. And they're scared about that. And they're right.
And there's truth to that. And because that war bleeds out here, it bleeds out anywhere where people who are emphatic and religious and just
Well,
bolt
what happened
into
after 9/11?
idealism.
If you even looked like you were
Yeah, shit.
from the Middle East, it was Bad News Bears. It feeds itself, and that's
I was
bullshit.
in Los Angeles during that time, and I remember hearing a lot of stories, but I didn't experience a whole lot of that in LA. But I don't know. I digress.
All right. So there's
We're
our
not
politics.
fixing this shit. We are not fixing this shit. Anybody who says they know the answer is wrong, because they don't. Any pundit who like has a belief and like, you know, this is what needs to be done, they're wrong. It's not, and probably not helpful.
No, it's just give me more views, man.
Yeah.
Holker, do you have anything to add to this conversation before we move on to something else? Apparently, Dungeon Craft, which is a YouTube channel, which you guys should check out.
I've seen that.
And Professor Dungeon Master, who
he's good.
I dig his videos. It'd be awesome if he reviewed DreadLore, but he doesn't do reviews unless we have a shitload of views.
Yeah. No, well, he's got a whole thing. Like I think
he made his own game too. He made his own game.
He's got his own game, but like he knows the YouTube algorithm
big time
and works it.
Big time.
And he does videos about like how if he doesn't hit something just as it's trending, he's gonna get knocked off, and then before too long he'll just turn invisible. So like he is pro at the top of being pro,
right?
With every single
he knows how to work YouTube.
Yeah, I do. I like he gets me with his titles. I mean, he said, you know, Critical Role is scripted. I'm like, yeah,
that's literally what I was looking at just now. I want to talk about that. What do you guys think about that? I know you guys haven't watched a lot of Critical Role, but what do you think about it?
I've watched a lot of Critical Role.
Oh, you have?
I've never watched it.
I don't think it matters. I think if people are entertained, it can be scripted, non-scripted. I think it's a gotcha. It's a clickbaity title, and it's genius. I don't know if did he break the story? I don't know anything about the story. Is it scripted? Is it not? I mean, in a lot of ways, we're scripted. You've got a story that you're trying to tell. You've got things that are happening in the world. We don't talk back and forth. I mean, we talk amongst ourselves in the after hours and give some ideas of, you know, where our characters are thinking and what our minds are about. But do we have outlines? No, we don't take that kind of time. We're very in the moment. I think it's fine. I think it's fair. They are voice actors who can barely play D&D, who have been playing D&D for 7 years.
7 years? Oh, longer than that. I think it was 2015.
Yeah,
I think it's 2015.
So I mean,
9 years. Although I don't think they're playing D&D right now, are they? I thought they.
I don't know. I think that one of their games is still D&D. I haven't listened to it in a while because it takes a lot of time to put together the 2 podcasts a week that we have.
Yeah, the 2.5 podcasts we do.
Keep what we're doing alive. The 3-5 podcasts.
I still need to upload to Spotify the last episode.
What do you think about it, Hulker? Scripting. Should we be scripted or unscripted
in our game?
I'm not bothered if Critical Role is scripted. It doesn't bother me. Number one, I've never watched it, so whatever. But number two, I wouldn't pile on to them if that was the case, because I mean, how many subscribers do they have?
1 billion.
Well, let's say
They got
they
a
have at
lot.
least 1 million. They have a lot of people who are tuning in. They're under a lot of they're probably under some pressure to at least deliver an entertaining script, and they've got it sounds like it could also be a full-time gig for at least some of them.
Oh, it's a full-time gig for all of them.
Yeah, that's what they do for a living.
Yeah, so
I mean, there's a couple that are well, they're all voice actors. There's
they're
one
all working.
that's a very good actor and has like a pretty strong career, I believe. But they've made millions, literally.
no, I don't fault them for putting in a little extra effort to make sure that their product is entertaining.
Yeah.
If that's how they do it, then yeah, whatever. I'm not at all conflicted by it.
I wouldn't fault my player base for putting in a little
More
bit of
effort.
you know, trying to promote, trying to watch the video, you know, liking, subscribing.
Subscribing,
You know, when I
coming up
found
with a
out that like,
sponsor.
I found out that 1 or 2 of the players in my game weren't subscribed to the channel. Do you remember this? This was about 6 months ago, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? You're literally not. No, you're not subscribed to the." Then again, that's 1 subscription, right? It's not that big of a deal, right? Right?
It's a big deal. Every view counts.
It's a big fucking deal. It's a big deal. Holker, you need to give a
Holker's
little bit more. You need to give a little bit more, Holker.
Holker's a Patreon. I don't think you can actually say that to
I
him.
think you need to give a little bit more.
It's like he's in the cult and you're asking him. You're like, I don't see you bleeding quite enough in this moment.
You know,
I needed to start hitting your head against the core book.
the hilarity of it is Holker tells us each week who the sponsor is. And it's actually him. He's actually the sponsor the whole time. It's Tim Roberts, Daniel Holker, Natalia Cline, and Ember Alaria / Nostalgic. They are the sponsors of the fucking thing. They always have been.
They pay for the costs of
Buck Mud.
Some of the costs.
Twitch. Like we've got who was it? Jazzy Cabbage and Max were on.
Oh, that was awesome.
They joined, or when they did the guest star on Into Space. One of their followers jumped on and did like 10 subscriptions. Just those are the people that are actually sponsoring what we're doing. Who is our target audience? This is one of our past guests who actually showed up, as opposed to ST Tangirala, who didn't. Lucas Zellers said, you know, who is your target audience? And what is the, like, hammer the YouTube. Boom, 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 boom.
Our target audience is men between 100% men. No women.
Well, it's not 100% then.
Yeah, it's basically 100% men between the ages of 24 and like 36.
But this
So
is
these
just
are all
what
men
YouTube says. This is just YouTube.
that are working.
This is just YouTube, right?
Yeah.
But it's a good point. It's a good point. So dudes,
Dudes that probably have a job and use us as escapism.
you think they actually
they're-
have jobs? Hey, if you
Or
listen to
don't.
us, tell us who you are. Like what is the field that you're in? What kind of
Yeah.
gamer are you? Do you just hang out at home and create shit? are you independently wealthy, or do you work at like fucking rallies like me? Like, what is it that you do?
You wish you worked at rallies.
We would love, no doubt. I don't speak enough. I don't speak the right. You
don't speak enough Spanish. No,
I don't speak any Spanish. So, and I live in a place that you need Spanish.
Yeah, if you want to work in fast food, you got to.
Yeah, that's the demographic. You gotta have what you gotta have. I'm not gonna go to Germany and be like, no, I don't speak German. I'm gonna get a job.
No, probably not.
Nah, supposedly they actually speak a lot of English in Germany. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway,
Nope.
Who's our target audience? So men, or people that identify as men. 25 to what? 35?
Yeah, 20,
Young
25,
bloods.
35.
Young bloods.
Well,
And,
that's just what YouTube thinks. I mean, I think that we would be interesting to niche counterculture weirdos.
Oh. I mean, I'm
Mr.
Tell me
Tiger
why.
Sex.
Tiger sex. What are you talking? What are you trying to say?
I'm just saying that you don't need to roll to win. DreadLore is for everyone. It's for all people. Our audience is for everyone. But I think that the middle-aged, like we millennials, even Generation X, anybody who likes to drink and like fuck it up a little bit.
This is the target audience. And you think it's people that like to drink. Holker, do you drink?
Not really, no.
Well, I mean, he does.
sauced right now,
I
aren't
tried to buy him a beer the other day, and I failed at that because he was like, "No, I don't want to.
I don't like the way it tastes.
Well, you don't like beer, but you like a margarita.
But I
No.
failed. I should have bought him a cookie. He brought me that amp.
I like cookies.
Dude, that amp's the bomb.
right. I also sent the amp off. To be
Oh,
fair.
you did? You did?
Yeah.
Fucking
Whoa,
A. I
cool.
should have fixed it a long time ago, and
It needs some love. Love.
yeah, dude. Like
it
a
was all
couple of the
hiss.
tubes are out.
It's all hiss and like you turn the knob and it's like
It crackles
nope,
like a motherfucker.
it's got some goo in it.
Yeah.
I did run some effects pedals through it.
Yeah.
And recorded with it, but I had to record at so low level of volume because it
had a lot of hiss.
Allie was kind of sleeping.
Oh. Dude,
So,
that amp can get real loud.
I mean, it doesn't have a quiet mode. Is the problem?
No, it
It's
will.
like loud and
That
then
amp is
fucking
no joke.
louder.
Yeah, I think it's got two 10s or two 8s in it.
Yeah, 2 10s. It's got 2.
Yeah,
10s
that
in it.
motherfucker can like go. It can. I played many shows
Sure.
with that beast, and it sounds good. All right, let's take a short break.
You think we have enough to come back and do more?
Yeah, I think we can talk about
Our
some
target audience,
some game lore and stuff.
game lore.
I gotta
We'll
go.
talk about
Cool, man.
some game.
It's cool. Holker, thanks for dropping in to the
Yep.
GGP. And thanks for your delicious creativity and
Yeah.
opinions and your money.
And thanks for dropping off that amp. That was super awesome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no problem. I hope you enjoy it.
Me too.
I do.
All right.
I do.
Peace out.
All right,
Look
peace
forward
out,
to it.
Holker. All right, yeah, let's take
We'll be back.
let's take a tenor.
Yeah, Dolby took out the mech guy.
You can't really tell. It looks like he's giving him a hug. The mech is good. I think I said 8-9 feet, and then has sort of an overarching thing. Think of it looks like the little mech in Aliens, but this one's actually outfitted for war. Dolby is giving the guy a bear hug, or perhaps you don't know where his laser sword is. Perhaps it's in the guy. It is.
Actually, just given the fact that Katrina's kind of in a fairly decent position, I would actually take advantage of that and deploy my drone.
Or you do?
I do.
Yeah, your drone is up in the air already because you sent it up a while ago.
That's true. So I'm gonna, do the whole mind, actually, let's see, what do I even have left? Because I'm assuming we haven't. The next thing I'm gonna do is use the drone to scout ahead. To basically see, now that we've, definitely started causing a commotion, to see where these people are coming out of.
Sure.
To find the most likely location of confuse us.
So the drone, you already sent it out, so you don't have to pay for that. You can just look down at your little Pip-Boy or your data pad or your HUD or however you view.
And Jack thingy.
You do it the medic jack you have?
Yeah.
Okay, so one of your eyeballs, like the pupil dilates, and you don't have vision out of it. As instead you're seeing through the drone's eye. And in the right eye you can see whatever. So you kind of have like mono vision. You don't have to bid for any of this. If you want specifics, if you want to change the narrative or take control of the narrative in some way, then that's when you would bid. As what you see, the drone. We'll see what quadrant it's in. Who wants to roll? Holger. Roll me, please. A d6. So the next
D6.
Yeah. 5 and 6 will determine if it's high or low, as in if it's high altitude or low altitude.
It's a 6.
Okay, so it's high up in the altitude. Roll it again.
That's a 4.
Oh, that actually worked because my math didn't. So, Katrina, as your drone is almost at the top of this dome, I didn't actually give the dome a height. It's got to be really, really fucking tall though, because you have skyscrapers at like 6 stories, and it's got to get over the entire city in kind of like a bubble type thing. So there's a math equation here. We'll say it's several hundred feet up. As your drone's way up, and it's pretty much over top of you. So it's in this quadrant, the southeastern quadrant of the city. What you can see, you see a bird's eye view of the city, of course. As I described it, the main thoroughfare from south to north. In the center is the Capitol building. There is what looks like a sea of a road that wraps around. As the sea comes around to the bottom end of it, as in the bottom like little block, that's where Dolby is. There's the statue, the fountain, and then connecting the fountain to the Capitol is a smaller road. Does that make sense? Okay. You can see silos to the northeast, factories to the west, and more silos to the southeast. It looks like from this height, it's hard to get a count. We'll say there's maybe the drone's able to match, what is it called? What looks like bounding boxes against potential targets. Looks like there's maybe 10 running out across this field east and getting pretty close to where Dolby is. And then several around Dolby. There's several coming out of the Capitol as well. That's the present state of things. Looks like they're coming out of the Capitol building.
I will bid Seasoned to basically, use Katrina's battle experience, so to speak, to try and come up with like a reasonable deduction of, where likely their main barracks location would be.
As you bid, it seems pretty obvious that the Capitol building is, with the state of office, using your reasoning and such, I don't know how many Capitol buildings Katrina's been in, but I think that she could guess there's some sort of underground system, either a bunker or maybe even tunnels underground. This place uses trains. There's a chance there's an escape route. Likely there is. Just from the layout, the fountain has some sort of significance, and then the Capitol building. Last thing you'll get, the little bounding box will appear just above the fountain, maybe we'll say 1/8 of a mile. There's a long building, and it has concrete around it that have the same kind of ships that you saw in orbit. They're very small, the little gnats. They look like A-wings. As you realize, that's probably a military facility. It's not very big. They think of like a private, a very small private
Hangar.
airport. Yeah, or hangar. Yeah.
Okay. Given what I've seen on my, through my drone, Katrina will try. I'll actually lower the drone and try and figure out the closest entrance, so to speak, to where I think that would connect to the underground, tunnel network.
You're not sure if there is one, but you're pretty sure there is.
Oh yeah.
Your best guess would be there's entrances at the Capitol, the fountain, and the hangar. There might be another one, but there's really no way for you to find out.
I guess
Maybe the
my
factory.
question is the hangar probably closest to me?
No, the closest thing to you is you're equidistant between the fountain, where Dolby is, and the Capitol building, where Burgess and everyone else is. That's a bad guy.
Okay. So, in that regard,
Also, south of you, where there's an H2O silo as well as a food silo, the lights are flickering as they're trying to get the power back on.
yeah.
Because Katrina stuck her finger in the outlet and neuro-linked it.
Is there a building near the Capitol that's a little bit taller than the Capitol?
Yeah.
Okay, so Katrina will start heading to that building.
Okay, so you have to cross the street. Directly across the street is a field. You will likely have to actually descend from the building. Can you stay Spider-Man is the question. You've already bid. Yeah, fuck it. If you want to bid again, then we'll say that it does make sense for there to be light posts and power line posts and that kind of stuff that you could connect to.
What do I have to bid still? Not much. Just because this applies, I feel like, to what Katrina does with these harpoons on a regular basis, I'm gonna bid Shock Trooper.
Okay. Go ahead and describe what this looks like, since if I describe it, it's Attack on Titan.
I mean, it kind of would look like Attack on Titan. I didn't say it wasn't Attack on Titan. So Katrina will recognize that probably the next closest thing is going to be a bit of a drop for her. So she would actually,
She would?
kind of just...
She? You mean you.
I would.
You mean me.
That.
You
partially lower myself down along the side of the building, and then push off. So so I didn't.
Building worlds, building worlds, building worlds, building worlds. I'm such a good singer. I should always sing. People say that I don't sing, though. They say I just talk.
Talk
I'm a
singing?
talker. Yeah, I talk sing.
Hmm.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Do you?
What do you mean?
Just talk singing. Talk singing, okay? Like, this is the way that the song is, but you put a little bit more effort than the effort that I'm putting in now.
That's about it. I mean,
that's kind of weird.
no, you, when I was a kid, I was in singing class or music class, whatever, and we sang.
Okay.
And I remember thinking, so singing is just talking, but, longer words. So I was like, you, okay, what? I was like, is that really it? Because some people can actually sing, and I don't know how to do it. Never really knew how to sing. Got into choir and shit, and they were like, you need to learn how to breathe. Learn how to breathe from your diaphragm. And I was like, right, I still can't sing though.
Didn't you were the singer of a band? That's something I've never been. I've never been the singer of a band. Like, a group of people got together and thought, what would be a neat idea? Let's have this guy, Bill, Bad Boy Bill here, sing.
Hold on, I'm updating our topic.
Just singing.
Because if I tell you, hey, this is what we're going to talk about, you will derail it to something completely different. You're like, yeah, so anyway,
we'll call
something
it,
else.
We'll just chalk it up to light dementia. Pre. Because I know it's coming. Like, I got so many family members that have dementia.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Motherfucker. I just changed the fucking topic. You want to talk
No, don't change the topic.
God.
No, let's talk about singing. Wait, why do you want to, we're talking about singing? I was just...
No,
I was
we're not.
It was a side. It was
That
a
was
side. I think we should absolutely talk about world building, I think.
All right,
that's
we're
what
talking about
people
Israel and Palestine again.
No, I don't want to talk about that.
All right,
You know why? You know why?
Oh my god.
No,
Go on.
You know why our audience is alcoholics? I think it's because you'd have to be completely inebriated to follow the path. One
Fucking hell, man. God. ADHD, fucking motherfucker. Yeah. So tell me about singing, and why is it that I don't want to talk? Why are we talking about singing? It's
don't
these
know.
random tangents. You're like, yeah, anyway, singing.
It was an aside. I thought we were gonna go
I
back
don't
to
think
world
that's an
building.
aside. An aside is to the side. It's an aside. That was an aside. It was, hey, here's this anecdote about singing. Tell me about your singing history. I'm like, I have a mouthful of chicken salad. The fuck? I think you see
Tell me
me
about-
eating, and you're like, I'm gonna ask you questions.
Chicken salad.
I've been talking for like 2.5 fucking hours straight, man. You talk. Tell me about your singing.
I've never been told that I should keep doing it. I don't.
Have you been
People
told the
don't tell me
opposite?
that. Well, they don't tell me to stop. Everybody's nice. They're like, and you're really nice. You play a lot of the music that I create, and I'm very grateful for that. I've noticed that because what you do, that my views are actually increasing, which I think is
Really?
really fucking great. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So I mean,
Wait, really? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking
no, it's working.
Good.
What you're doing is working, and it's really kind. And you know what people don't do? They don't like or share any of
no,
this shit.
No.
If they're your friend, like, I don't know if they
No,
do
they're
it
fucked.
because they hate you. They're like, oh, we're friends.
No, there's no such thing as friends.
I don't think they see it, on their timeline because they're interested in other things. I don't know what anything is. I don't know why anything is either. Everything is just really, what is the point? But anyway, singing. Yeah, I was never classically trained in singing. I have no singing background. I think I sung in like church choir, but not like for the choir, but when everybody sang in church, I would sing sometimes.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Would you try to harmonize?
And then eventually I would just move my mouth and not put any air out.
Watermelon. I know. No. Watermelon.
And so like, yeah, I have no, my dad, he is a drummer, or was, he's still alive, but he was a jazz drummer. He played Carnegie Hall. He was good at it.
Really?
I have a musical
damn.
family. My uncle plays in the LA Philharmonic,
Really?
Yep. Lived in LA for 15 years and I didn't go visit him once.
Why not?
I don't know. I visited him once when I was living in LA. I visited him once in Kentucky when I visited, and there was like a family reunion.
This might be a thing with you though, because we had that one guest who was in your city and you didn't go see to his show. I mean,
yeah, I'm gonna call that guy next time I'm in Knoxville, which is coming up in July 11th. I'll be driving through Knoxville. When we were supposed to. Yeah, he's great. I liked him.
no, he's
That
really
was a
cool.
really good episode. I have to say that episode was probably better than this one. But
Why
can
did
you
that?
imagine? I don't know, because maybe our guest showed up.
Oh,
Maybe they were professional. I don't know. I don't want to harp on that, but if I like take time and energy to like download all the links and like have fucking questions for you and care, like, oh, this guy, I wonder what he's gonna say about this. Nobody will ever fucking know.
here's a
Nobody will ever
question:
know.
Who was our supposed guest? Who's
I don't
supposed to
fucking
be?
know. It doesn't even matter.
Sure does. What were
don't
we
think it
gonna talk
mattered.
about?
We were gonna talk about world building. But I don't think we can talk about that because the mukbang is strong.
The mukbang is strong.
I think that it is important to be a human. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm good at interviewing, asking people questions and then shutting up and then talking over them when they answer the
You're very
question.
good at that. You're very good at that.
So just ad-libbing off the cuff. I think that this is where I struggle with being a game master, an arbiter myself, is like holding space to build a world. Like, imagine a world, kind of thing, and describe this world. I think that I could judge whether, I think that something is possible or not possible in a situation, but getting that character to that situation, building that world, is very difficult. I think that one of the most difficult things you have as an arbiter is creating an environment in which you can have your players just feel natural and engaged and just be themselves as characters. And so world building and creating that basis of where they can go anywhere and talk amongst themselves, so the arbiter doesn't have to say a bunch of shit all the time, and be engaged that way is got to be a difficult thing. I get a little flowery with my. Go ahead.
No, go on.
I get a little flowery with my descriptions. I actually started. I got a couple of pages of the beginnings of a story.
Really?
That I want, not a story that I want to tell, but a story that I want to game.
Yeah.
And it's, full of gods and interesting things. It could be set in Crass, or it could be set in the world of DreadLore. It's definitely high fantasy. But one of the things I just, what you do is so good, like where you can fill space when nothing when nothing's happening. You're looking at people who are staring at you and nothing is happening, and you're like, okay, well, this is more description for you, or you keep it moving. And I think that's pretty impressive, and I don't know how you do it. And I presume that has a basis in having a good, strong establishment in the built world that you are in.
Well, for people that are new to gaming, or I should say new to GMing, there's a couple techniques that I think that they could use to get started or to maybe improve. The first thing is know thyself. So some people are just better pre-planning. Some people are better working off the cuff. And to throw in a third, just because I like the rule of three reference, some people are good at counter punching. So I think, as in, there's the setup, and they're able to continue. And in improv, which I think gaming has a lot of improv to it, if you're going to have a fun time, especially with cooperative storytelling, there's usually someone who does the setup, and the GM often is that person. So knowing your role, you're not there to spike the ball always. And, here and there, the GM can do the spike, or the arbiter can do the spike, but you're the person to do the setup, or to set the stage of the game that's being played. When is it your turn? Whatever. So the first sort of idea of world building in the confines of tabletop role-playing games is knowing, as the GM or the arbiter, what you're actually naturally good at, and knowing what your role is in the game. Then you have to know what your players are doing, like having a group of players that and like I can guess if I give a situation who is going to be doing what with our campaigns. I think all of us, we've been playing long enough to guess, what is Andrea going to do? What is Holker going to not do? What is Drizzle going to do? What are you going to do? You know? So being aware of that is a part of GMing. And when you get into world building, if you want your players to be engaged, understanding who they are. So this is before you even get into what does the world look like and who's in it and what are the rules of it, what kind of characters are in it.
You know your audience is basically, it's a small audience, but your first idea is know your audience. Right.
And if you know, for example, that, so I've had a DM or GM or arbiter, whatever. I'm going to say arbiter because that's what it is in DreadLore, who are very good at planning. I am not very good at planning. I'm not a planner, but these people were, and they would write out to the point of like Punksicle, for example, is one of these people. He ran a Star Wars game. I've talked about it several times in DreadLore, and he would have music literally timed. He would have descriptions and monologues he had practiced to where a music swell hits, and it takes enough time for when the reveal happens and Darth Vader walks out, the music is timed. And there was a point where the player base was like, dude, did you plan that? And he's like, yeah, of course I did. He practiced the accents. He was prepared. And even with the chaos of players doing crazy stuff, he was able to riff and say, okay, well, this water planet, it works this and this and this way. He understood that stuff. We decided to go to a completely different spot. He could say, okay, well, the weather patterns would be this and this, and he would just be able to develop it. And he'd have a song prepared. Oh, if you go off the cuff, this is the song I'm going to play. Really interesting stuff. He's very good at that. I am not good at that. That's not how I roll at all. The way I roll is from the seat of the pants. I have an idea, a good 20, 30% of what's happening. What is concrete. And then the way that I map it in my mind, the mind map for that world, for example, Novus Terra, is I know the rules of Novus Terra. I know it's a super oxygenated atmosphere. I know there's going to be certain trial and tribulation, certain dangers that are around. I know why the bad guys are doing the bad guy stuff. And, you know, there's certain stages of, okay, well, at some point, the clad ship is going to arrive. At some point, Confucius is going to do a thing, or the cruiser will come down if certain things happen. I know all that. And it's kind of this soup of possibilities. Some of them may happen. For example, Gostrom, this clad sort of rebel leader. You might meet her. Maybe you won't. Whatever. It really depends on what you guys do. Because I cannot plan you all jumping into the atmosphere from basically hyperspace and then careening off 1,000 miles into the desert and then going on foot. What? That was not where I thought the game was going to go at all. I had nothing planned for that, but I didn't need to. And that's the strength of being able to improv a world versus plan a world. Punksicle would have been able to deal with that because he's an incredibly talented and experienced arbiter. But I've been under some games where people are like, all right, guys, I don't have anything planned for this, so let's meet next week. Like, sure, the game will end. You'll be playing like an hour, and they're like,
you got through everything.
Yeah, that's what I got.
That's what I got. That's the story.
We can try to do some other stuff.
Sure.
What's really good for that is if you can improv, you can say, okay, well, you did all this. I can imagine that other side of the planet or that other part of the planet. And you know what? There's going to be a storm in the distance. You don't see it yet, but it's there. What do you all do? And that's in the back of my mind. I've got the storm to play with. If they go too high up in the atmosphere, obviously the colonists are looking for them. There's a potential that they could be found. If they go in the mountains, there could be the terrorists or the rebels. And then if they go through the desert, which is what you did, they can see the battleground from the Civil War. And I just quickly, boom, 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 boom. There you go. Okay, those are things I can play with. Let's go. What happens? Oh, there's a lull in the game. Well, the world actually doesn't matter then. The story is in that ship, in that room with you all. That's the power of the NPCs. Because now I have an NPC to say, hey, by the way, here's something that wasn't said. Especially if that NPC is tailored for that kind of shit. You know, when in a movie, you've got the exposition drop, right? Because there's the kid that doesn't know anything. So someone has to literally tell them how the world works, right? That plot device. Well, sure. I try to have NPCs that can fulfill certain roles. You guys have an engineer. Why? Well, to have an engineer. You got a pilot. Why? The pilot never pilots. But he could, right? Because in the world, it makes sense for Dolby Newman to get your character to get a team that can function on the ship. You can use them. You don't have to use them. It's all good. What's the wrench? Oh, they're dating and they may be involved in terrorism. Sure.
It could have been an order that I made where everybody goes. It's all right. All 9 of us are gonna.
You guys have so many NPCs.
Gonna go. We don't have enough room for all the people to cryo back. That's for sure.
No, you guys have. I think the party is technically like 10 strong or something. Yeah. It's a shitload of people.
It is a lot. Well, I mean, we lost one, so we have 1 cryo bed extra. Kind of. That was broken.
And you could ostensibly get
we
more.
Might be able
I mean,
pick but more. I'm sure that's possible.
Get a different ship. 2 ships. Maybe you don't have to go
3
home.
ships. Yeah.
So
maybe we'll never go home. It doesn't matter.
So this is the
maybe
thing.
We'll go to that. We'll join the clad.
This is the thing with the world building. For example, in an into space, when Andrea's like, okay, I'm going to drop narrative points. I'm going to do this shit. I'm going to make a bid for Telmar shipping to be out here. Well, that was not the case. So in the game, I have to decide, okay, well, how does that work? Because whatever I decide sets a precedent. The moment that happens, the precedent's there. So it's like if I allow, for example, you all to say, okay, it's 500 miles away from the city. Cool, we get there. And if I allow that, that sets the precedent for how travel works. The cost for travel is nothing. You get there. Or it takes you a whole session. Or it takes you, like, that is part of world building. Because I can describe there's mountains and, storms and vampire Santa Claus is flying through the air. And you guys could be like, cool, yeah, cool, yeah, we get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I talked to Confucius, so I'm in the room. Like, that's what players do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do. So how does GM world build best? In my mind, it's not just the description and knowing, it's maintaining the rules, the consistency, without saying no. Because no, in my opinion, does not really work in the improvisational style of storytelling that TTRPGs have.
Not yes-anding.
Yeah. If you're like blah, 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 and I'm like, no, like I did last game, just to troll you because you told me to say no.
No, I just said no to.
It doesn't work.
If it doesn't work, I mean, it doesn't work. It's not a thing.
I'm saying no doesn't work, what I'm saying. Hey, I go up to the door, try to get through it. No. All right.
Yeah. You don't get anywhere else. I get
Yeah.
it.
It shuts it down. And people don't like being told no.
No,
Instead,
it's true.
it's, well, the door, it's locked or it can't budge or something. Well, this is all
there's a
about
fate
world
roll.
building. There's something
Yeah,
there. There's something there.
sure.
And I have to decide,
Okay.
why can't they go through that door because the adventure's in another way?
Yeah.
Or what precedent am I setting that they can't get through the door? If I say it's trapped, now you guys think all the doors are trapped.
Mhm.
Is that a part of the world? Do the bad guys trap all their doors?
Mhm.
Why?
Every single door is trapped.
Like, why are all the doors locked and why are all why are they all trapped? Why is that?
Yeah, it's
If you're
because
trying to
they're
tell a
very-
story, it matters.
Yeah.
A GM needs to understand it doesn't have to be a good reason, but it has to be a reason for what they're describing. So when you guys walk into a room and I'm like, all right, you see the room, it looks like there's a couple exits. The ceiling is 15, 20 foot high. There's paintings on the walls, blah, 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 blah. I'm saying that on purpose.
Sure.
Why?
It's so we can ask more questions about the room, so we can get our
So you have something to
our
work with.
bearings in space and stuff like that. And try to figure out what's important and what our motivations are to get to whatever goal that we have come up with in our minds. I think that's interesting. Way to look at it.
I think a lot of people, when they think about world building, they think, okay, well, they think of the geography.
Mhm.
One of the people that helped out did some of the artwork for DreadLore, a guy named Dalton. He was in the book as well.
Nice.
Very good at maps, very good at that kind of thing, very good at world building, very good, very talented DM himself. But the way he thought about things was he'd say, okay, well, why is the city here? What needs to be near water? And if there's water or a river or a body of water, what does that mean? How does that change the weather patterns? That's going to change the culture. You know, geography is going to dictate a whole lot of things, where your resources are, what languages you speak, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You could start literally from the geography, and it needs to make some sort of sense.
Yeah.
Even if the sense is nonsensical, there needs to be an idea there. There's a desert next to a paradise next to like literally space. You could have a world that makes no sense. But once you've set that, there have to be some sort of rules. My counterpoint to this, and when it comes to world building in a story, whatever the rules are, the GM needs to understand it. And then they need to know where the actual story is.
Sure.
Because if I said there's a mountain over here, great, who cares?
Yeah.
You guys don't care. I'm like, there's mountains to the south and to the north. And you don't remember where they are.
Yeah.
Why? Because the game isn't there.
Yeah. Unless we were looking for something that we were told that was in a mountain.
And so I've got to know it.
Yeah.
So, okay, we do this and this and this, and I'm going to jump in the thing and then bid this trait and blah. And I'm sitting there thinking, they don't see that that's impossible. Like, by the world that's created. If I say there's a dome over the city, I didn't say there was a dome. I alluded to a dome. And I said it
like
over
was
and
a
over
force
and over.
field. Yeah, it seemed like
Over
there was
and
a
over
force
and
field over the city.
Something
Something.
for some reason. And I know why. And we sit on it for like 3 sessions, maybe more.
Sure.
Until finally, Andrea's like, I take my drone and I send it all the way up. How high does it go? I'm like, well, I didn't think about how high.
It was funny. She said like 100 feet. And I was like, well, it's not very high.
It's not very high at all.
For a modern drone, it seems like it could go a mile or two if it was a.
Yeah. And so I'm like, well, where is this dome that's electrified?
Yeah.
How high is it? As world building, do I have to do the calculus of that curve or the geometry of that curve to figure that out? Does it matter?
Is it something that we see though? I mean, like if we were player characters and like, is it visible? to the naked eye.
So, so in the day of this actual example, in the day, you could probably see it.
But at night, it's dark.
You can't.
Yeah.
Instead, you see the electricity, the static, coursing over it, zot, 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 every so often.
You see something. You
can see something.
It is something. Yeah.
But what do you do when your players, you describe that to them, and they're like, "Oh, okay, cool." Anyway.
Yeah, and we don't, and then we want to fly up over everything, and then spider web around. No, I get it. And then how do you do that with the dome over the city? If it's over the whole city, it has to be pretty high, I'm guessing.
Well, what I need to do is figure out the diameter of the city, and then it's pretty straightforward what that is.
Yeah, I mean, but there are 10-story buildings in the city. Are there 5-story buildings?
Most of the buildings are 2 and 3. There are a few skyscrapers, and there's
4-story.
Most of the buildings are 2 or 3. There are a few skyscrapers, which is like 5 or 6, and I think that's the highest. They're not super skyscrapers at all. So like a 7-story building is how tall? Right? Like 7 times 15?
Yeah, sure.
Like 100 feet? Something like that.
That's more than 100 feet, isn't it? 35 plus 7. That is 105 feet.
And the diameter of, I don't know, the diameter of a city, not that it's a perfect circle, but what is the diameter of a city that has 20,000 people in it?
Pretty big.
Or like 15,000 people.
Yeah, pretty big.
Barring population density and that kind of stuff. I mean,
at least several miles, I'm guessing.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know.
If it's really population dense, no. I mean, if it's 1 or 2 stories, like every single building is gonna.
Like if it was if it was like 4 miles across, you're talking about what 4 times 16 square miles, right?
Sure.
And if you had 15,000 people, what's the population density?
Well, think of a city. What is a city that has 15,000 people?
Oh, it's a pretty small town.
Yeah, I mean,
it's really
the smallest town that I know when I was a kid, and Bowling Green, it had 50,000 people, and it was miles and miles. It's urban sprawl a little bit as well.
So this is not sprawl, right? This is pretty.
So this is dense.
I think 4 or 5 miles across is pretty solid.
You said 15,000 people?
Yeah. If it's 4 miles, that's 16 square miles, right? Why are we doing all this math?
Anyway,
this is an idea.
I think
this is an idea of world building. How do you figure out that
it's good that you know the city that you're in, having those.
Here's a question.
Ahead of time. Yeah.
So let's say I designate it before that Novus Terra, the main settlement, is 4 miles in diameter. Let's say I designate that. Here's the issue. You guys have gone from the old city, which is in the south part of it, as in the old part of the city, to essentially the center. And it took you less than a turn. Okay? As in Dolby, amped, burst through a wall.
Yeah, it didn't take long.
And ran a quarter of the way around.
Sure.
So if it's 4 miles in diameter, there's no way that happens.
Yeah.
You can't do that. And this is the problem. If I say, and this has happened in many of our game sessions,
sure,
you are a mile away. Cool. I walk down there and you see me, and I'm gonna get on the boat, and then I'm gonna bid this, and then it's like you're walking a mile. Yeah.
Distance is hard.
You're walking a mile.
Mile or
like,
not?
Like
I mean,
rough
I
terrain,
walk.
snowing.
Yeah. I
You're
walk
walking a mile.
6 miles.
But you're out of the
On a
game.
good day.
Look, you're out of the game. I have walked
Yeah.
off the map into oblivion to a boat,
Hmm.
and the rest of everyone else, because there's always at least one motherfucker who leaves,
Yeah.
is over here in a fight. It's like, well, how long is that fight gonna last? 20
Yeah.
seconds?
Yeah.
And then, well, I'll be back in 12 minutes. It's like, oh, cool. We'll go make a sandwich.
Sure.
And this is the problem, because then players fight you. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, it's a mile, so can I? But then you start breaking the rule. You break the rules of it's 4 miles across, it's this high up. And when you break those rules of your world, nothing matters. If I allowed you guys to have gravity in space, nothing matters. Or you go to the dungeon and everyone can see, nothing matters. And people say, well, to the GM or the arbiter, you're being nitpicky. No, I'm not. I'm upholding the world. And the fact that the dungeon is dark is a part of the world. You have to deal with it. The fact that the boat is it wasn't a mile, the boat is a quarter mile away is important, because you have to decide, okay, am I going to go to the boat or am I going to stay here, because there's a cost. When we got to the lighthouse, Andrea would not let go. I'm going to go back into Detroit, back into the city, back to Barker's Books, and look around. Would not let it go. And I'm sitting there like, you don't realize there's a foot, there's 3 feet of snow.
Yeah, too far.
On the ground. You're miles away. It took you 30 minutes or 20 minutes when there was no snow.
Sure.
How are you going to get there?
Yeah.
But that player just won't stop. Well, can I?
Yeah.
Well, can I? Well, can I? And it's like, why do I have to say no to an obvious question? Can I breathe underwater? Yes, you can, because you're a fucking alchemist who's got fish breath.
Yeah.
It's part of the world.
Yeah. No, I understand. I think you need to find a math equation for your mile. Like, for 1,000 people, it's 1 mile or something, or that's your population density, or 2,000 people is 1 mile.
If you got 15,000 people and you have around 16 square miles, it's around 850 people per square mile, or per mile, right?
Sure.
Per square mile. So that's 4 mile diameter.
Population. Yeah.
So that's a 4 mile diameter. It needs to be less than that. It needs to be about 2 miles.
Yeah.
So that's 4 square miles.
People are jammed in. They have they're all in these small cargo containers, and they're living on top of each other because it's a new settlement and they built it fast. And
right, but the settlement's actually been there a while. So I'm going to say it's about 3 miles across. That gives you 9 square miles. And 15,000-ish people. So 15,000 divided by 9, we get that. And then it's pretty straightforward. If the diameter is 9, getting the circumference, I believe, is 2 pi r. And then, is that right? And then pi r squared is the area of it, which we don't need.
Yeah.
So 2 times pi times what is it? 4.5.
And then a good world record, a good mile run is 5 minutes. Probably on Quirt. I mean, the fastest has been 4 minutes, close to 4 minutes, under 4 minutes. So that would take you on Quirt probably 15 minutes to run 3 miles across the city.
Circumference is about 28 miles.
Yeah. I was going to say, it seems like it's a little bigger, or at least 10 miles is my guess. So
the whole circumference is 28.
Yeah.
But the thing is that Dolby is running around essentially the capital part, so he's not running around the circumference. He's running around like a quarter mile of
a smaller
circumference.
Area, sure.
Yeah, much smaller. So then the question is, if it's half of that's 4.5.
Right.
So the apex of that arc, if it's perfect, would be 4.5 miles. But I don't think you have to do that. You'd have a different angle.
I think space is hard. I mean, just talking about and defining space and being in a maze in a game like this is difficult. I think it shouldn't be specific to miles or amounts, or it should be specific to plot points. Like, you've got to hit this story element. This is the thing that happens when you're maybe a quarter of the way there. This is what happens. You got to deal with it. All right. And then you've got to go through an unknown amount of hurdles. So instead of like getting hooked on if the character needs to go left or right, they're going to run across different hurdles. And I think a game master needs to have their player characters run into a sieve, because nobody's going to solve it. Nobody's going to solve for X. They just naturally have to get closer and closer, and that's what's compelling. And I know that that's an issue, because that's the issue of Fallout. Where like that dude knew where to go. He had the wrong fucking head, knew where to go. And I think that's the point, is that you're being pushed through a sieve. And so it seems like a mystery, but the mystery kind of unfolds, because when you start keeping secrets, they're never going to find the secret passageway that you want them to find, unless you kind of like say, oh, you see a guy like walk into a secret passageway in this building, and they still might not go. But I think that some of your issues with space, you could probably figure out by saying, okay, it's not an issue with space. They're going to go the right direction. It's an issue with hurdle. And so this is what you're going to run across. And you could say, flip a coin left or right. They run across a harder hurdle, or they get to skip past, it's fortune falls fortune kind of thing. And you can roll it yourself, or you can choose the adventure of what they need to do. But I think if we get hung up on specifics, it's no longer rules light. And I think the goal is to get more role-playing and interacting, and less rules.
Well, we're talking about two different things. Sure. If we're talking about mechanics of the game, that's different than talking about rules of the world.
No, I'm just talking world building still. I see. Mechanics is one thing, but I'm talking about how you get the characters from position A to position B, and what they need to do to get, because you want them to go in that line. I presume is the arbiter. I know that they can go in any line that they want, but if they leave the city, things are going to happen, and it's just going to get worse.
Here's an issue. You mentioned Fallout. So the two are together. They walk through the desert. The scene is they're talking as they begin the desert trek, or when she cuts off the dude's head. And then the next time you see her, she's on a beach through most of the desert. She's camping, or whatever I actually messed that up. It just cuts the travel out. Whatever travel happened, took a day or whatever it took.
And we have no idea how they got there or why they got there.
Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? Here's the issue. That's fine for a show. This is what happens in a game. Okay, you guys are traveling. You start off, where are you going to go? You tell us where we're going to go. We're going to go through the mountains. Or we're going to go down the hill to Novus Terra, the settlement. Okay, cool. We're going to montage this, because it's going to take 2 hours for you to get there. Oh, can I bid to get faster? You know what? Why not? Okay. It'll take you an hour and a half to get there. Oh, can I do something else so it's an hour? Now I have to think, should that be possible? Because if I just let you do it when there's no physical way you can actually get it done. Like, hey, Earth is 10 light years away. Well, can I bid to make it less? Well, no. It's 10 light years away.
Right.
This is 2 hours away based on your fastest speed.
Sure.
How are you going to do it? Oh, I don't know. Well, who's getting mixed up in the details? The player.
I'm not saying that it's you or me or anyone.
I'm using Into Space as a deal, but I'm because it's something you're familiar with and I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
What my point is that I agree with you. Not getting caught up in the minutia is great, but players love it.
Yeah,
they love
the
it.
Fun is in the details. I'm not disagreeing with you.
The devil's in the details. So when the arbiter says it's 2 hours, and they're like, okay, so I'm gonna make it not that. Nah. It's like, okay, fine, then yeah, and we can breathe outside and I can fly. Okay, really? Yeah. Well, it's your problem. No, it's not. What are the details? The details are absolutely important. It takes you 2 fucking hours to get there. Cool. I'm gonna montage. Boom. You guys are at the city gate. Oh, hold on a second. You say it took us 2 hours? 2 hours? Yeah. All right. Well, this is what I'm gonna do in that 2 hours. And now the game. Okay, you don't get there. Now you're sitting there in the mess hall, fucking around. Oh, and now there's a fight, and half the ship explodes, and it's like, what the fuck?
But
players,
that's what the players want to tell the story themselves. I mean, I think that's what
players
they
run amok.
Want.
Players
will run amok, and they need guidance. But I think, and they need to be, it's easy to get frustrated. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's because it changes, because we change when we learn what's happening.
Right, but that's the thing.
More.
You have to learn it. You can't just know it. And I didn't do that.
Or make
you
it up.
Do that.
Yeah, you can't make it up.
Then the arbiter has to say, okay, well, for example, if Andrea's like, well, I'm gonna swing up to the top of that building, and I'm like, okay, that's what you do. Then Dolby blows it up because Dolby doesn't know that. Yeah. That Katrina's on the bill. Oh well, I'm gonna do this. I don't do that.
No, what? I definitely understand that. And
Superman around the fucking, miles don't matter, and there's no gravity, and
and we had a wonderful scene. We had a wonderful scene where that happened. That literally happened last game,
but it worked. It worked in the fiction.
Yeah, where I just shut up and let stupid things happen. Just like, all right.
No, it wasn't.
No,
Dolby was able to run around everything that Dolby did, barring the frustration. As in, that's the wrong way of saying that. Regardless of the frustration, in the fiction, what happened made sense.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is it takes time, and people have to respect what is happening. Oh, well, I don't see the board. You don't have to see the board.
Yeah, you don't need to see the board.
You have to know, hey, can I get, I have to know what I want. And again, back to world building. You got to know what you want.
Sure.
What do you want? Well, I'm going to go outside and find out what it is. So you want to find out what to do. You want to find information. Well, I mean, I want to do something else. Well, you got to find the information first. You can't just manifest your fucking car keys in your hand. You got to go look for them. And that's your fucking turn. Well, and that's slow and boring. Sorry. Yeah. You're trying to find the car keys.
It takes time. You didn't like the amount of conversation. You liked the amount of conversation I had, but there was a cap. You can't talk to 4 different people dodging bullets and expect to cut somebody's head off. And it's just too many things that happen.
Well, it was there was no problem with it. It's just there was a point where I was like, okay, there's a very calm, calculated conversation with so and so, and then a bid, and then a calm and then it happens 4 times, and then I'm gonna move, and then I'm gonna go over here, and I'm defending, and I'm gonna cut this guy. And it's like, okay, how are you doing all of this? How does that, I can't do I can't
do that
talk to
many
you
things.
and type something on the computer at the same time. So how, with Andrea and her Richmond Faye character, she would carry, like, it was seriously like 20 weapons.
Sure.
At the same, I pick it up and put it on my back. There were points where like the rest of the player group were like, how are you carrying 3 pole arms, an axe, a hammer, a backpack? How are you carrying? And she's like, well, I mean, I figured it out to where it could possibly work. And she did. She actually drew how she could possibly do this with like a rig.
That was a D&D game. And
it was a D&D game.
But they've got a bag of infinite holding. Is there a bag of infinite holding in Craster? I mean,
there's not a bag of infinite holding in.
Can you Harry Potter some fucking space?
In Craster?
Yeah. Is that a
technically,
thing?
yes, you could. It wouldn't be infinite, but you could.
Or, yeah. You could Harry Potter, you know, where they go in that little tent that looks like it's right out of the army surplus store, and then suddenly you're in. Yeah,
you could definitely do that. Or like the shadow.
And then they put the tent up, stick it on their backpack, like walk around.
And that's the thing.
Or they don't even have to build it.
You can absolutely do it. In Craster, it wouldn't be spell. You would have to you'd have to get creative with the magicka. And if you're messing with space, you can do it in a couple different ways, but one would be void magic, which if it fucks up, you go insane. Or an ambulish, which you guys fought in the Red, the thing that was actually coming out of the between. One of those will come and eat your fucking soul.
Yeah.
So
while you're in it.
Yeah.
Or have that ability that Archangel does to phase through places. And so it's just you phase from one place to another place, and there's like a little tear or something.
Yeah, the way that it works from Archangel, Brett describes it much better. But his whole thing is, it's not that it kind of reminded me of the Flash, how he could like vibrate.
I don't know that story.
So there's a deal where the Flash can vibrate really, really fast and pass through solid objects because his molecules are vibrating and passing through shit. And if you take that to the nth degree, you could pass into another dimension. And that's it's like Archangel is able to attune himself to the right harmonic of like the universe. And so he just kind of slips through like gravity into another place. But he doesn't really control it. That's the thing. Like he can do it, but it's not 100% under his control.
Sure.
Which that's part of the thing. So when Dolby finds out about it, or when Ken finds out about it, your mind goes and you're like, oh, that's part of the world, so we can just be anywhere at all at once.
Yeah.
But like, there's got to be rules, right? Sure. When Andrea was like, I want an Ansible. Do you remember what an Ansible is?
That's the instantaneous communication.
Yeah. From
everywhere all at once.
To have an Ansible in the game, she's like, oh, you know, my that exists in the game. That exists in the world.
Yeah, she was inventing some stuff. Yeah.
That's a pretty big deal. Like to have an Ansible, there's repercussions in the world. Because there's a question of, if we have an Ansible, then the entire plot of this game doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
because you could just
10 years of cryo
talk.
And then you're like, what's going on over there? It's like, well, you know, they took over. You should probably send some mini ships.
Right.
Or you know,
it's like in the Civil War. Like the Civil War ends and it's like people are still fighting for like 2 or 3 weeks.
Sure.
Why? Because they don't have the internet.
Sure.
No one knew.
Nobody knew. I think there were islands after World War II in Japan that people kept fighting.
Right. And so that metagaming, as I've harped on so many times,
sure,
it is so destructive to the story. Because it's not your world must obey its own rules. Even if those rules are wacky, they still have to have rules. You know, or they have to have integrity. And players love to fight against the rules of the world.
Yeah, we do.
They're
hate
like,
rules.
there's a door. Can I get past it? You got to get to the door. Oh, well, can I get around it? No, you got to get through the door. Why? Because doors block entrances. That's how they work. Can I break the door? Yes. Could you, you know, blow it up? Yeah. Is there another way in? No. Well, why? That's not fun. It's because it's the door you got to get through. And someone might say, well, that's bad GMing. It's not. That's the world. I'm obviously using a metaphor here. Has rules. If you bend them, certain things start to not make sense.
Yeah, no, I know that.
One of the big D&D tropes is you go into a dungeon, you go kill the monster or whatever, or find the loot room and you get a bunch of loot, right? Like you get the magic sword or whatever. And then someone asked, why wasn't the monster using the magic sword? Why'd they just take that magic sword and just like stick it in the closet? What? And trap it? Like, you can have a plot line where it's like, well, they didn't know about it, or they can't use it, or whatever. But there's a point where it's like, why is the Lich not using all the magic items that you want? Furthermore, why is the Lich in a dungeon?
Yeah.
You know, next to like a beholder. Like what? So does it matter? There's a certain style of game where it doesn't matter, where like the overarching plot doesn't matter. What matters is what you're doing in the moment.
Throwing some dice to see if you make enough rolls and make the right moves to go in the correct direction to win the game. The end.
Right.
I mean, and I think if you have an issue with any superhero movie as of late, I mean, that's kind of what it is. And I like to compare this all to a Mary-Kate and Ashley film. Nobody wants to think. So, you know, what do? Oh, there's a clue at the Washington Monument. Let's go to the Washington Monument. Okay, we're at the Washington Monument. Where's the clue? Oh, it's behind this painting. Okay, that's great. Oh, there's a second clue. Where does it say to go? The National Treasure. All right, let's go there. I mean, it's like a straight line that acts like it has turns, but it's really just a straight line. They're walking down a path. That's what the script says to do. There's really no reason why. And then the payoff is, oh, we win.
Right.
Let's have a party. This is the best day ever. And it doesn't have that terror. It doesn't have any fear. It doesn't have any dynamics. It's not an interesting story.
Now, if the world was a little clearer in a movie like that, then it could be, right? But the world doesn't matter, right? And this is actually kind of going along with my point here. The world doesn't matter in that movie that you just described. I mean, you could say, well, they need it to be the US and they need it to be Washington, D.C. or something, but it could be anywhere. Because the only thing that matters is what those two characters are doing in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not very interesting. But if you put it in a three-dimensional world that actually is moving, that the game master understands, then you could pop off that train and walk down the street. And something would make sense. The only way it makes sense is if the world's rules have integrity. And the players have to respect the fact that there are rules. Like, the rules are there not to hem them in, it's to make shit make sense. It's to give you tools.
We aren't used to that. I think as players and as watchers of cinema, we're very linear. I think humans are. And especially more recently, I think everything has become very much point A to point D. And like all the tricky, tough steps in between are kind of erased. I think that
Second screen shit.
There is an expectation that it is possible and doable, and that we are, the trouble isn't too much. Yeah, what is that video game that the Mario Brothers, we talked about it last week. They didn't release that one version of Mario Brothers in the US because it was too difficult. They thought American audience
Mario Brothers 2
wouldn't get it.
is not actually Mario Brothers 2, right?
And so it's not, we're not prepared for it, because I think we want to, when playing a game, we want to be able to jump to the next area. That's where the fun is. When things get difficult and we have to think and we have to like pause, we want to skip those hard steps because we can't process in the moment necessarily. And that is the fun part, is to figure out a clue. I mean, because it really feels great. Oh, we figured it out. It was hard. I think that's why I don't know. I don't know. I thought we weren't streaming for a second.
Oh.
All right, never mind. Go ahead.
Back in the day when I first started playing, and I think we were playing 3.5, Dungeons and Dragons 3.5. I was DMing, I think, and I was on this kick of, what is it? You have to announce what you're gonna do. One of the DMs I'd been under had this going. He was like, what you say you do, there's no retconning. If you say you do it, you do it. So don't announce your action unless you do it. There's no metagaming. So boom. If you shoot the first thing that comes through the door, doesn't matter who it is, you shoot them. That's what you say you do. Okay, for better or worse, whatever. And I was like, okay, it's your turn. What do you do? And this is, the world is like Ravenloft or something. So think of just Vampire's Castle or Dracula's Castle, Transylvania. It's kind of what Ravenloft is. Nighttime, so everything sucks. Monsters are out and shit. And they're like holed up in like a tavern. Monsters, the vampires are outside like, do, 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 do. Can we come in? Do, 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 do. Hey, let us come in. Do, do, do. That kind of stuff. And so one of the characters is like, oh, yeah, I go to the door, I prop it open, and I say, listen, you can come in if you promise you won't hurt us. Something like that. And I was like, hold up. And all the players freak out. They're, no, you don't do that. This whole thing. And I'm like, whoa, what exactly do you say? And they're like, oh, you've got it. And I'm like, shh, shh, shh. What does your character do? And they say, well, I say exactly that. I'm like, cool.
You can come in. I'm in.
Exactly. The vampire boots the door open and starts fucking people up. And everybody gets butthurt. Like, seriously butthurt. At me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, look, you said these.
You can come in.
These are the rules of the game.
Yeah.
That we've set. And they say, what?
You invited in.
Do I have to announce that? Do I have to announce that I'm breathing or else I'm going to pass out? Ugh. And I remember that, like that situation has stuck with me since then, obviously. This idea of, at what point does it become an antagonistic thing? Like what are people trying to do? Well, they're trying to win, but they really, really, really hate losing, even if it makes sense in the game. There's a boulder that if it falls on you, you die. We're going to get underneath that boulder. Oh, it fell. Blah! this butthurt. And I'm like, but if you got out of it and the world now breaks, is that fun? Like you didn't win, you cheated.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I didn't have fun when I realized that I broke the railroad. I expected an encounter, and then it just went fucking okay. You're in the city. Everything is over. And I was like, what? Hold on, what happened? And I think some of that is my mannerisms and the way I speak. Like I'll say something and intend to say something else. But I was pretty lit. I was pretty lit at the time. It's easy to get carried away in a moment, and it's definitely I had a lot, like it's a lot of pressure to be a player character that is trying to navigate through a scene that is difficult.
Yeah.
And so it's a, you know, they call it role playing, like it's a practice.
Well, and that's why DreadLore is a hard game. It's a hard game for this reason. It requires a lot of energy. A game like D&D, it's much more spoon-fed. The rules, the mechanics of the system, I should say, tell you a lot about your character and what you can and cannot do, or what you should be doing. You are a barbarian, ergo, if you're role-playing, you play the barbarian. And D&D will say, well, this is the kind of barbarian, and here's your backgrounds and all these things. You know, here's your scores, and you should be playing that if you're actually role-playing.
Sure.
In DreadLore, one, you don't have mechanics that tell you what to do. So you have to decide that. That requires energy. But two, the mechanics of DreadLore are for storytelling. That's the main dig. Some of them are for combat and whatnot. But the major mechanics are for storytelling. Bidding a trait is not about whether you hit someone or not. It has nothing to do with Dolby slicing someone in half, him bidding a trait. That's not what it's about. Bidding a trait is storytelling. Okay, what do you want? I'm going to cut this guy in half. Cool. You tell us how it happens. The trait is the jumping off point. Oh, he does it angrily or sternly or carelessly or whatever. That's the story. Did you see how he fucking just cut that dude in half like it didn't matter? Versus, goddamn, Dolby lost his shit that time. That's the story. Now, what degree of success or failure? That's the mechanic of rolling dice. That is not how D&D works. At all.
Sure.
So you got the role-playing aspect of, it's on you as a player. Who the fuck is Dolby Newman? You've got to play him. And you've got character traits. By and large, you started it off that kind of give you a leaping off point of, okay, this is pretty much what I'm thinking about. But you've built that character through your actions. So the mechanics are not going to give it to you. D&D, they give it to you. There's your first thing. Second, these mechanics are not for just for success and stuff. It's for the storytelling aspect. D&D, it's not at all. There's nothing in D&D that's for storytelling. Not really. Like I'm talking mechanics.
Sure.
You can storytell in D&D.
Yeah.
But the mechanics,
right,
they don't help you there.
You have a lightning bolt. That's your adjective. Like, I'm gonna use a lightning bolt. It's not very, there's no story that's gonna be it. The story is like you shoot somebody with a lightning bolt. That is the story.
A counter argument might be, okay, I'm gonna woo this crowd into giving me all their money. I'm a bard. Okay, roll, perform, and determine or how high or low you roll determines kind of the scene and how we
Sure.
describe stuff. You could argue that, but that's a fiat.
Yeah, but there's
The
still
real
rolling
rule,
dice to see if it's a success or failure.
the real rule is that. The real rule is there is a difficulty for achieving the goal. Do you
Mhm.
succeed or fail? And the moment that someone's like, well, it's 5 over or 5 under, or that's arbitrary
Mm.
and it's fiat. It's fun, but that's homebrew.
Yeah.
It's not the game. I mean, it is the game, but it's not the game in the book.
Yeah.
I think people give D&D a lot more credit than D&D actually is.
Yeah, because they're writing their own rules.
Yeah.
To add to the fun.
Right. And it works for their players.
Yeah.
And their group. That's the entire fucking reason that Ben and I started DreadLore, was because
Sure.
we were like, we want a game that actually makes the game is for that.
Sure.
And the game allows you to do world building.
Well, yeah, world building is great.
So the players are a part of the world building. I think that's awesome. Offload some of that shit onto players.
Mhm.
And then you got to maintain the rules.
Well, do you have any kind of last words? You want to wrap this up?
Yeah, we got 3 people watching. Probably we're like 1 and 2 of them. If whoever else is watching, we love you to death. Tell us in the chat, and we will say hi to you. This has been Geeky Gamer Podcast. What was our topic tonight, Ken?
I don't fucking remember.
We talked a little bit about how D&D sucks.
Yeah, a little bit about spoiling FallOut.
Spoiling FallOut. If you want FallOut spoiled, and our opinion on the series, watch the beginning of this.
A little bit about guests who cancel at the last minute.
Yeah.
20 fucking minutes.
Yeah, man.
I mean,
Don't do
how are like you can't come back from that? That's just like rude. That's wrong.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
It's
Like I can kind
way
of
to
see
succeed.
that maybe like there was the time zone issue, but the thing is that I had confirmed the time zone
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah, you can
Like
you
that's not.
no.
that's not
there,
where that-
there was no communication. He just canceled.
He just canceled,
Oh,
and he
like-
didn't cancel on Podmatch either.
He didn't cancel
Anyway.
on Podmatch.
No, he canceled the calendar thing, which is why I got the notification. He did not cancel on Podmatch. He has the opportunity to hit cancel and be like, let's say he showed up at 4 o'clock
Yeah.
Eastern Standard and was like,
Sure.
where are they? Well, first of all,
Yeah.
message us. Second, look at the calendar. It says 7 p.m. Eastern. Also, I confirmed 7 p.m. Eastern.
And the
mistake-
messages that we sent. I don't.
Yeah.
yeah.
On Podmatch, it did have 4 p.m. Eastern as a deal, but that's like off to the side. That's not at all what we use.
Mhm.
And I was like, well, if I had showed up as a guest and I was like, where are they? I'd have been like, hey, is everything cool? Well, there's none of that.
Mhm.
And then he waited till 28 minutes before the actual
Yeah.
time
Wait,
that we had
wait, he
confirmed
knew-
with him,
He knew what time it was.
and then canceled it.
Yeah. No, he knew what time it was.
Yeah.
But it's just like I didn't want to show. Oh, I forgot till the last minute. Oh, I didn't get my shit together. Oh, like everybody was in a car
And
crash.
maybe
that I
something
knew.
happened. Maybe something happened.
Yeah.
But
Oh, I had a
still,
heart attack. No message, no call, no show. Like, what do you expect?
I'll
Sorry.
lampoon you guys. The other thing we talked about was genocide. And Vietnam and Israel-Palestine and all kinds of stuff.
Fucking go to war. Kill some people.
Yeah, it'd be great if we could figure something out.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Big ol' conversation. Oh, and world building in every facet you can imagine of world
Yeah.
building.
Yeah, we didn't
Right.
really start the show until I think the highlight of this episode was maybe 3 hours in. That's when we kind of woke up. The last hour's been pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me try this. Yeah, I think that's it for me. Do you have anything else?
I don't. Stay tuned for our next episode on Monday. It's the last episode that we have for a minute. Is Monday?
Yeah,
Are you gonna try and do something?
I may try to stream, but I think that we're gonna take a couple weeks off the GGP for sure. Like the 9th and the 15th, we're gonna be off because it's such a shit show when you're not here. I just didn't want to do it. And it's good to take a little break. We've been going strong for, since January
we're probably
or December.
right at 100 episodes.
GGP?
No, just total of all the stuff that we've done.
Yeah. Taking a couple weeks off GGP, I don't like it, but we can do it. I might stream like some DreadLore reading. Those do well.
I think.
I don't know. The reason I did the second one is because I got a comment or two on that first video where someone was like, please give us more of this. Like, I found this out of nowhere and I'm really interested. And I was like, you know what? I'll do a second one. Of course, it was like 3 months later, but
yeah. Yeah, way to keep the iron on the fire.
Gotta keep the iron on fire. Strike when the iron's hot. Okay.
Do it.
I'll probably do that on Thursday, and then you're only missing one Monday, right?
I don't know. I gotta look at my.
Yeah, I think we hit this Monday DreadLore live play, and you're gone the 13th.
On the 20th. Because we fly back on the 20th. No, I'm not back.
Oh, you're gone on the 20th as well.
Yeah, 13th and 20th are done. I would totally.
No, it sounds like you're gonna be out. But are you here on the 13th?
I'll be in an airplane on both the 13th and the 20th.
Okay. So you're out for 2 weeks.
During the time, yeah.
Okay. You're out for 2 weeks.
During the time.
There was a question about it. All right, you're out.
That Thursday is good.
Right. So 2 GGPs and 2 DreadLore live plays.
Yeah.
So what the fuck are we gonna do without Dolby Newman or with the Red Rit? You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take a little bit of break and we're probably gonna have one shot.
Do it. I think Drizzle's computer's good enough to do a very simple setup. So getting him to host.
Could host him.
I don't think it's that difficult to set up an OBS system.
That's because you do it for your job.
I never set it up.
It's a bitch.
Before. I never set it up before.
Yeah, but you're like
I
smart and
just
shit.
turned it on and it was easy.
Yeah, you just turned it on, it just goes right in.
Everything just seemed to set up like just automatically.
Goes right in.
It's like
pops right out.
Thoughtless.
Jesus.
Thoughtless. Move every time.
You want to lead us out and we can be done with this ball of booty?
Booty ball?
Booty ball?
I can.
Do it.
That is a thing.
Things there. Everything. You can get the book. You can check out our podcasts. You can see Ken naked. I mean, lots is going on.
Nobody wants to see that. There is a music video out there with me like playing a guitar. That's actually pretty good. Like the whole video. That's the whole fucking video. I'm there. I'm wearing a guitar, buck ass naked.
Really?
Yeah, singing about the environment and
Oh,
like everything's
God.
simply fucked up.
Oh God! It's
It
like you
exists.
and Lucas talking about the extinct animals, crying.
No, it's
A
like
bald eagle.
it's like a deranged, like it's not a happy song.
Yeah, I
It's
bet
not.
I mean, you're
it's
naked with a
pretty-
guitar.
It's pretty sardonic.
Is it a wooden guitar or is it like an?
It is a wooden guitar. It's like a little baby guitar. I think it's a baby Taylor I'm playing.
Oh shit!
Fucking
Are you
tiny
facing the
guitar.
camera or is it just your ass?
No, there's no ass. There's no
Oh,
ass.
good.
It's all animated, black and white. I had hair. I was like.
It's been a
hairy.
while.
Yeah. I was
All right.
sexier when I was younger. Or
We
certainly,
were all sexier when we're sexy now.
yeah. According to who? I mean, according to ourselves. I mean, I don't know. I'm alive.
Yeah, you're alive.
Got more
Better
shit
be
to
alive.
do. Yeah.
We have
more shit to do.
110 subscribers now.
I know. I saw we got 4 last week.
Hell
Were they all
yeah!
you?
No, I don't think so.
Were they me?
Maybe. Hey, subscribe, like, and all that bullshit.
We'll just keep creating our own YouTube users.
We got like 250. What the fuck?
Yeah.
All kinds
mean,
of Gmails.
I think I'm only subscribed once to DreadLore. I mean, I have 5 Gmail accounts.
Why don't you
guess I
subscribe a few more times?
I think that it doesn't count them. Like I
Yeah,
think
it
they
does.
know.
It does.
They know.
No, it does.
They
Trust
know.
me. It does.
I tried that once and liking a video that people didn't like because I liked
Mhm.
it.
Yeah.
So like, I signed off. I switched accounts,
Mhm.
and YouTube was like, "You can't do that."
I've done it.
I got a message. It said, "So you got to
What?
space out the time. You can't do it all at once. You got to."
I
do
will
one
open up
day.
5 tabs and look
Yeah.
at people's content to give them views, and it works. Not that I have 5 accounts, but
I used to know people that could drive millions of views to videos.
what happened?
I mean, I still know them, but I
One,
think they
two-
figured it out. I think they
Oh.
figured out. Like, you
Oh,
can't
it was
do-
like a loophole
mean,
or something.
yeah. Well, I mean, they were bots. They were,
Uh.
algorithms. There were different ways of
Of
creating a
gaming
false
system.
sense. I mean, and that was big in MySpace.
Mm.
You could write formulas for that shit that just generated fucking views on things.
Shit.
Anyway,
Yeah. All right, guys.